which is organized by the St. John Paul II Institute of Culture to mark 45 years since the signing of the 1980 August agreements in Gdańsk, at the beginning of the Solidarity movement in Poland. This was a special time in world history, which some of you gathered with us today might remember witnessing. Surely, all of us share an experience of the socio-political reality shaped by the fall of communism, which began this very year. Our institute has a special mission to remember the 980 August agreements and to rethink again the values which the Polish Solidarity movement stood for. Our patron, St. John Paul II, undoubtedly upheld this movement with his wisdom, his theological thought, his prayers, and his diplomatic activities. It was his picture that waved on the gates of the striking Gdańsk shipyard during the most intense days of August 1980. And it is also his words we will be coming back to many times today to learn from him what solidarity means for today. Today's conference, as well as all our academic activities, could not have taken place without the support of our university authorities, whom I would like to kindly thank. Special thanks are also owed to the founders of St. John Paul II Institute of Culture, donors and supporters of the Institute, our audience and all viewers in front of the screens, while joining us via internet connections. The St. John Paul II Institute of Culture was established to look at the challenges facing the modern world and the Church in light of the thought and heritage of Pope St. John Paul II. The idea of thinking with John Paul II has been particularly embodied in the GP2 lecture series delivered by prominent interdisciplinary scholars who revisit the extraordinary contribution of John Paul II for our own day. Our conference, also the one we are having today, aimed at a multidimensional analysis of the most pressing issues of today, giving space for discussion among scholars and practitioners from different fields. Now, I'm pleased to give the floor to Father Thomas Joseph White, the Rector Magnificus of the Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas and Master of Sacred Theology, who will begin our conference with a few opening remarks. Father Rector, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm very grateful to the organizers of the event for their kind invitation to give a brief opening address. My obligations this afternoon, unfortunately, do impede me from otherwise attending, but I'm deeply grateful to all of you for organizing and participating in this event, and allow me also to greet virtually the Emeritus Archbishop of Canterbury, Rowan Williams. We're very grateful for his presence with us today. So allow me to begin with a brief Trinitarian prelude. St. Augustine, in his work, De Doctrina Christiana, predicates the attribute of oneness to the persons of the Holy Trinity in a threefold way. It's a famous locus for the doctrine of appropriation of divine attributes to distinct persons. He tells us in his musings on the mystery of God that in the Father it seems fitting to attribute oneness as unity because the Father is one, the one, unique, unbegotten font of Trinitarian life, he from whom all things come forth, uncreated and created. And so also oneness indicates equality as the Son possesses oneness of nature with the Father from him. They are one in kind, one in equality of essence and in individual being. And in the Holy Spirit, oneness is best indicated as concord, concordia, since the Spirit is the bond of love or charity in communion of the Father and the Son. Now, this very profound Augustinian intuition on oneness functions, in effect, I think, as a kind of primordial catechesis in the Christian tradition regarding the Church's doctrine of solidarity. It applies, mutatis mutandis, to us in common and collective life in accord with the teaching of the Church on solidarity. Made in the image of the Holy Trinity, persons aspiring to communal life are images of, or find images of, these aspirations for unity through solidarity between ourselves. So, to take the analogy and develop it just a bit briefly, like the Father, who is the one and unique source of uncreated and created life, each human person has a kind of primal autonomy. In each human being there is a dignity, an irreducibility, and an agency, which has to be respected and acknowledged. But this autonomy is also a primacy for communion or relationality, for being within communion, for being in communion with others. And this relationality, this autonomy, this primacy of our human personhood is measured by truthfulness and by responsible forms of charity and love. It's a way of being autonomous for and with others. Like the Son, in his eternal equality with the Father, each of us has a derived equality. We share nature with other human beings that we have received from others. Justice is to acknowledge what is due to each one, recognizing the fundamental human equality we all share. And so some kind of shared and derived equality in dependency on others applies to all, but it also applies to social organizations like nation states, institutions like corporations or universities, which need to seek to find reasonable forms of parity and proportionate justice by which they abide together in social life. And this reasonable sense of equality among persons and institutions and states is a dimension of solidarity. Like the Holy Spirit, the human being who lives in solidarity with others is meant to live in concord, to live in charity and peace by seeking justice, friendship, mutual flourishing, by seeking the truth together with others in shared communal love. Solidarity is about persons living in communion through truth and love. So it is, in a way, a resemblance of the life of the Holy Spirit. None of the Trinitarian reflection on solidarity is opposed to a vibrant doctrine of human nature and of natural law and a study of natural inclinations in human beings and societies. In fact, it implies this reflection on human nature, vexing and challenging as it is, and it's an associated form of thinking with it. To think about our Trinitarian image, to think about our nature, these two things go together. I hope today's events are blessed with an intellectually fruitful occasion for reflection on the topic of solidarity, and are also, of course, an instance of it, a reflection on the truth sought together at the heart of our university and in the life of the church, for the life of the church. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Father Rector, for these insightful remarks and for opening our conference today. Now, I would like to introduce to all of you our special guest, who will be joining us live all the way from the United Kingdom. Our guest is an Anglican archbishop, scholar, theologian, and poet. He was Archbishop of Canterbury from 2002 to 2012, and is now Honorary Fellow of Christ College at the University of Cambridge. His opening lecture today is entitled From Solidarity to Communion, Political Philosophy and Theologies of Society. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Archbishop Rowan Williams. Archbishop Williams, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Father. May I check that I can be heard? Am I audible with you?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, just to make sure. First of all, my very warmest thanks for the invitation to participate this afternoon in this session on such a significant topic. And my apologies for not being able to be with you in person, which I should very much like to be. What I propose to do very briefly this afternoon is to summarize some of what I have recently been working on towards the book on the concept of solidarity and its history, particularly with a view to spelling out and clarifying what Father Thomas Joseph has already pointed towards, and that is the nexus which connects ideas of solidarity with those of communion. The concept of solidarity itself is one with a very complicated history. It emerges initially in the context of legal theory. It plays a significant role in 19th century sociological thinking, especially in France. It's adopted by one or two important German Catholic writers at the beginning of the 20th century, and finds its way from there into the magisterial discourse of papal documents in Catholic social teaching later in the 20th, early in the 21st century. And as we look at that in itself very fascinating history, we see one theme emerging fairly steadily. It's a theme that is perhaps expressed most eloquently and straightforwardly by Pope St. John Paul II in 1989, where he reminds us that solidarity is not a matter of vague feelings, of compassion, a sense of shared identity, but goes more deeply than that. It is both something given and something into which we are called. Solidarity is more than merely a matter of common interest, as might be said to be the case when we're dealing with its use in political theory and particularly in the practice of labor unions. Solidarity, in fact, is something which directs our attention and our action towards the fundamental truth about our humanity, which is the interweaving and the interdependence of our good, our well-being, and the way in which each one of us uniquely and actively contributes to that well-being as something more than individual, but equally never impersonal. That, as I say, is a theme which emerges fairly consistently in Catholic social teaching. It is behind John Paul II's definition of the just society as one characterized by dignity, subsidiarity, and solidarity. The just society is one in which each participant becomes both shaped by and shaping of the common life. Of course, when that comes into clear focus, it's very obvious that we're talking about something very close to the idea of the life of the body of Christ, as it is set before us in the epistles of St. Paul. But during the 20th century, a number of significant individual thinkers, as well as some magisterial writers, a number of significant individual thinkers, especially in Central Europe, played a key role The three writers I'm going to mention stand in very different relation to Catholic social teaching and its legacy. What they share is the experience of totalitarianism in Europe during the 20th century. You might say that their reflection on solidarity is generated by the need to evolve a discourse and a vision which quite clearly set before us as human beings and as citizens the need to be liberated from a model of society which rests ultimately on the confluence or convergence simply of human will and the negotiation of difference between isolated individuals. Because the discourse of solidarity, which works, as I've already said, both as something which is a gift and something which is a task or a vocation, the discourse of solidarity says to us that the language of solidarity expresses something fundamental about what actually makes us human, and therefore our calling is to address and overcome the obstacles to our humanity. Solidarity, living in solidarity, is a virtue, but it is so because it rests upon a metaphysical fact, the fact of our interdependence. The first writer I'll mention, rather briefly, is the Czech philosopher Jan Patočka, prominent in Czech politics, in resistance to communism in what was then Czechoslovakia, a popular public intellectual, a man who suffered considerably and whose death was accelerated by maltreatment from the authorities of the Czech state. Patočka's metaphysical reflections are extremely complex and would take a long time to unpick, longer than would be appropriate for this afternoon. But one of the phrases, one of the ideas with which his name is most regularly associated is an idea which emerges relatively late in his writing life. The idea of the solidarity of the shaken, solidarity of the shaken. In Patočka's scheme, what this amounts to is something like this. We're living through a dissolution of traditional signposts, traditional points of orientation in social and political life, as in metaphysics and ethics. The 20th century has seen the massive disruption of various kinds of optimistic, bland, one-dimensional approaches to humanity. The trenches of the First World War were a key moment for many people in the discovery of this. And Patočka refers us to two writers who emerged from the trenches of the First World War with a new vision of solidarity, the German Ernst Jünger and the French Jesuit Pierre de Chardin. He speaks of the way in which both of these writers write about the way an awareness of the acute, irreducible suffering of the other side of the trench, the other side of the barbed wire, that sense of an acute identity of suffering across boundaries, lays the foundation for a new understanding of solidarity. These are writers who see in the horrors of the trenches something which bizarrely and unexpectedly opens a doorway into something like grace, the grace of a different awareness of the depth, the orientation, the hinterland of the apparently hostile other. And these writers apprehend solidarity in this way because they have understood how deeply their own identity, their own security has been shaken. They are opened up to the experience of the stranger in a totally different way. Patočka suggests that the future of any rational and humanistic politics
lies in the solidarity of the shaken. That's to say, it lies in an ever-deepening awareness and acceptance of the ways in which we find ourselves connected with the stranger across the deepest gulfs, apparently, of hostility. Here are writers from the First World War who are where they are because they are committed to killing one another, you might say, discovering to their astonishment that they are closer to one another than they might ever have expected, simply because they stand in the same jeopardy. They stand in the same vulnerability. They are shaken. Their foundations are undercut, undermined, and they know that there can be no place to stand unless they stand together. Now, I don't think that Patočka's account of this is entirely coherent or entirely satisfactory. And given a bit more time, I could explain some of my reservations there. There remains in Patočka a thread of what I'd call a romantic elitism, which thinks of those who have undergone this solidarity of the shaken as a kind of select advance brotherhood in society, those who have penetrated behind the veils of social custom and traditional identity, and indeed traditional religion, to find some ground in common. And I find that a little difficult to reconcile with Patočka's general concern with the restoration of a wider, more comprehensive social order. I turn to some of what Patočka has to say. I'll quote just one or two things here, if I may. There is, says Patočka, the Fronterlebnis, as he calls it, the experience of the front, that is, the front in battle. And this is a summit experience from which there is no going back into the unexamined world of the everyday. There's no going back into an unthought, uncritical state of peace. History, he writes, is the conflict of mere life, barren and chained by fear. With life at its peak, life that does not plan for the ordinary days of a future, but sees clearly the everyday, its life and its peace have an end. So the person gifted with insight into the solidarity of the shaken understands that the everyday, the taken for granted, passes away. So we are challenged to find what does not pass away. It's not that Patočka is appealing to a conventional religious belief. His own relationship with Christianity was complex and at times slightly stormy. Nonetheless, for him, the solidarity of the shaken is what stands over against the reversion to unthinking peace, a peace which constantly reverts to war because it doesn't think about itself, it doesn't understand itself. It's about how we discover the depth of our investment in one another through the experience of acutely apprehended vulnerability. So, Patočka's concept sets front and center in our understanding of solidarity some sense of an awareness of common limit, shared fragility, a vulnerability that crosses boundaries. As I say, it remains for him awkwardly a notion which often seems restricted to a particular class of the specially gifted, those who are not just run-of-the-mill human beings. And yet, within this, I think there is a very searching and a very suggestive notion of how we might connect notions of solidarity with notions of frailty and vulnerability. More of that in a moment. My second instance is the Polish priest-philosopher Józef Tischner, deeply significant figure in the Solidarność movement in Poland in the early 1980s, someone who, after a stellar career as an academic philosopher, became, as many people have described him, a kind of chaplain to the labour movement in those dramatic and crucial years around 1980. Tischner is a writer still, I think, far less well known than he should be in Western Europe generally and in the English-speaking world in particular. But it's not insignificant that one of the few books of his to have been translated has the title of The Spirit of Solidarity. It consists of a collection of his short addresses, including sermons, largely to congregations made up of activists and unionists, political protesters in the years when the Solidarity movement was transforming Polish society. And for Tischner, the concept of solidarity is a far richer one, I'd say, even than you find in Patočka. I draw your attention to some of the phrases that Tischner uses to make sense of the idea of solidarity. Solidarity, he says, is inseparable from an awareness of and an embrace of shared labour. That he approaches it from this point of view, of course, is not in the least surprising, given his audience, given the particular constraints of the time and place in which he was speaking. Nonetheless, it's a deeply fertile and generative notion that solidarity, being indeed, as Pope John Paul II said, more than simply a fellow feeling, solidarity is a mode of activity. It is shared work. And it is shared work, says Tischner, as a form of shared language. Work is a kind of conversation, says Tischner, in a very interesting metaphor indeed. Our language is the process by which, in trial and error, in relation and risk, we shape for ourselves an understanding of the task we have in common. That's true, Tischner suggests, at the most basic level. In the workplace, we converse as we work. That's to say, we make sense with and for one another. We propose to one another a strategy of action. We respond to others' suggestions and proposals. We test and scrutinize together. We find the words and the actions we can perform together. Work is always bound up, in that sense, with language, and language with work. And it's worth noting here, perhaps just in passing, that Tischner has a far more positive and robust notion of the value of work as such than Patočka does. And we might also compare this with some of what Hannah Arendt, a writer significant for Patočka, as for many others, what she has to say about work. So Tischner wants to give us a very positive doctrine of work as an aspect of our linguistic being as humans. Solidarity is a commitment to work in common. But the second thing that is significant here about solidarity and work is that this presupposes what Tischner calls fidelity. We work conversationally together when we are able to depend upon, to trust the faithfulness of those with whom we work. And a society in which fidelity plays no role or plays a minor role is one which is condemned to deep and dangerous fragility. That Fidelity means at the simplest level a dependability, the freedom to rely on another's word, the freedom to rely on another's, shall we call it, covenanted presence, another's promise to be there as part of the shared task. So fidelity, alongside that conversational notion of work, as part of that conversational notion of work, becomes an element in solidarity. We work towards a shared political, social future by the building of trustworthiness, and we build that trustworthiness by defining the tasks we have to perform together and the way in which we enter into those tasks as speaking, thinking beings, listening and responding. Dialogue plays a very significant role indeed in Tishner's thinking, and some of that has its roots in his thinking on the subject of drama, on which he wrote a remarkably brilliant book now translated into English. And he says at one point that dialogue really begins when I recognize that the other, the stranger, knows something that I need to know. The task of dialogue is to draw that out. And that's not the same as saying the other is aware of something that I simply need to learn as they know it. It's more that in the other's life, in the other's stance, the other's history, there is a deposit of knowledge, a perspective on an orientation to the human world and to the divine, which I need somehow to learn from. Not exactly to absorb, not even necessarily to agree with, but something which fills out the limits of my own world, which enables me to grow as I would not grow were I not in that dialogue. So dialogue begins when I recognize that the other, the stranger, knows something that I need to know. And that is partly also the basis of one of Tishner's most resonant and interesting formulations, which he had cause to revisit with some poignancy some years after the original Solidarność movement. And it's where he appeals for a solidarity without enemies. And in picking this up, Tishner is at least implicitly responding to one of the criticisms that is sometimes made of solidarity language. That's to say that it appeals to a shared identity which can be deployed against, weaponized against other kinds of identity. Tishner, by concentrating on work, language, fidelity, explains that solidarity is something which positively expresses a connectedness with other agents, which does not need opposition to the stranger in order to flourish, in order to be itself. And behind this, of course, is a long tradition of Christian reflection going back as far as St. Augustine, ultimately. St. Augustine, you remember, in The City of God, is very clear about the dangers evident in the history of the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire, the dangers of displacing the problem of resolving internal social tensions by finding an external enemy against whom you can unite. Take away that external enemy, and there is nothing left. There is nothing left that binds people together in genuine common purpose or common love. Tishner doesn't refer explicitly to St. Augustine, but I have a strong sense that Augustine's discussion in The City of God lies in the deep background of what Tishner has to say about solidarity without enemies. As I've said, he reflected in the years that followed on the ways in which some aspects of the solidarity movement had indeed been co-opted by precisely the kind of communitarian aggression that he sought to warn against. He believed that opportunities had been lost and lost partly because of a failure fully to digest what it meant to say that our solidarity was about common work and common faithfulness. Tishner is, I'm sure, a writer whose time has come, in the sense that he will deserve more and more intensive and sophisticated study from the philosophical and theological world. And I say that partly because of this concern of his with those two notions of work and faithfulness. As we move in the developed world increasingly towards a context in which common labor is not what it was, and in which fidelity of all sorts, long-term commitment, truthfulness, dependability in public life and in private life, a world in which these things seem to be occluded, overridden, forgotten by so many, Tishner's very bold and, I'd say, very prophetic challenge remains of the first importance. But I'll come back in just a while to say a little more about these notions before concluding, because I want to turn again briefly to the third of my 20th century prophetic figures, and this time to a writer who doesn't in fact use the language of solidarity very much at all, but whose understanding of social and human bonds in a theological context, I would say, brings him right into the heart of the discussion that we've seen beginning to emerge in what I've described so far. And this is the figure of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the Lutheran theologian murdered by the Nazis in 1945. Bonhoeffer is known for his writings on metaphysics, for his lectures on Christology, great 20th century classic, and of course for the intensely moving letters from prison, which he wrote in his last days. He's perhaps less well known for the enormous bundle of uncompleted drafts for a book on ethics on which he was working in his last days. And in that book on ethics, he wanted above all to sketch out a notion of community, human community under God, characterized by responsibility and what he called representation, Bestellung. By representation, he meant, I think, the readiness on our part to stand with and for the stranger, because we are answerable for their good and for their security before our common Creator and Redeemer. Christ, for Bonhoeffer, is the paradigm of representation and responsibility. Christ stands with us and for us, for our good. Christ embodies our good, our hope, our future. And he does so by standing where we stand, suffering what we suffer, speaking our language. We, living in Christ, are quite simply committed to that level of responsibility. I've argued in other places that Bonhoeffer's notion of responsibility owes quite a bit here to his reading of Dostoevsky, for whom part of the essential moment of spiritual maturity is the understanding that I am responsible for all. Now, a word of caution, I don't think that either Dostoevsky or Bonhoeffer is saying that we go around, so to speak, weighed down with a sense of universal responsibility in an undifferentiated way. He's simply saying that wherever we encounter human need, human oppression or injustice, whoever is involved, if I encounter it, it is my issue. If I encounter it, it's my business. I am answerable for bringing the humanizing and liberating presence of Christ into that moment because I am in Christ. And I do so in the knowledge that I will also be represented and answered for by my neighbor, by the other, within the church and beyond it. So Bonhoeffer's idea of responsibility, representation, is, I would suggest, a way of saying something really rather similar to what solidarity is saying in the work of somebody like Tischner. There is a common human task which requires our commitment to one another. And Bonhoeffer's responsibility and representation are really just a way of talking about that commitment. A commitment of utter fidelity, in which I recognize that the pain of the other is my business. Not in the sense that it becomes, by some miracle of empathy, my pain felt as my own, but that it's my business to address it, and that I am less myself if I fail to do that. But that's part of a universal flow of life between redeemed agents, redeemed persons in the body of Christ. Just as the Pauline imagery of the body suggests to us, we are each one of us the keepers of our neighbor's life. We are life givers for one another, or we are nothing. And that means that I may be devoted to, committed to the life of a neighbor or a stranger whose future I know nothing of. It may be a moment, a passing moment of encounter. Did the rescued Jewish traveler by the side of the road ever see the Good Samaritan again? Probably not. But that doesn't matter, because what we are doing, Bonhoeffer suggests, is, as it were, to put into circulation the pattern of self-forgetting service, standing with, standing for, in the hope and the confidence that that is the pattern which will come back to give me life by however circuitous and indirect a route. I've only found one or two uses of the word solidarity in Bonhoeffer's Ethics, and indeed it's a rare word in his writing generally. But he is a writer who is intrigued by that aspect of solidarity, which, as many theologians have said, again in the wake of Augustine, which reminds us that we are connected to one another at levels we don't fully understand or articulate. We are, says Bonhoeffer in one of his early works, we are either in Adam or in Christ. Either we are trapped in the mutually destructive negativity that is a fallen identity of Adam, or we are caught up in the mutually life-giving reality that is Christ. And to be in Christ and to believe in Christ is to enter into that life-giving exchange. I could wish, again, echoing Father Thomas Joseph's comments, I could wish that Bonhoeffer had had a little more to say about the Trinitarian foundation of this. But perhaps that would be one of the things he would have elaborated had he lived longer. The point, though, is that I would say Bonhoeffer, perhaps even more than Tischner, helps to give us something of the bridge we need to move from the notion of solidarity to the notion of communion. So in the 10 minutes or so remaining to me, let me just say a little bit more about what I understand by that. There are two risks in talking about solidarity. One of them I've already mentioned, and that is the idea that solidarity is a common shared identity which is shored up, propped up against strangers, a collectivity in competition with other collectivities. It can be a collectivity which perhaps threatens the independence of individual members. It can be a collectivity that can be caught up in the inhuman rivalries and violences of communal violence. But the other problem with solidarity is simply treating it as shared interest. We all have in common an interest in living in a relatively stable environment. Solidarity, and this is something which is flagged very clearly by some of the 19th century French writers on the subject, solidarity is an appropriate categorization, or characterization, I should say, of a society in which there are differentiated jobs for different people. And we understand that I can't do everything, and somebody else does things for me, and that exchange, crystallized in economic life, that's partly what keeps society going. Because we all have an interest in a basic background of stability. Now, as magisterial teaching on solidarity suggests, as certainly Tishner and Bonhoeffer suggest, that is finally an inadequate version, an inadequate account of solidarity, because it doesn't take fully into account the way in which solidarity is, as I said earlier, a fact about our interdependence prior to any kind of social contract. We are who we are and what we are as human, always and already, because we are always already the recipients of gift and the channels of gift. Our humanity is what we give to one another and receive from one another. And that is deeper than simply some account of common interests. We all sign up to a program of solidarity because we all vaguely want the same thing or are interested in the same thing. But what if, as in Bonhoeffer's model of being in Adam and being in Christ, what if we are already bound up with one another, already agents to one another of either life in Christ or death in Adam? That's the theological way of putting it. But even philosophically, we can look at the way in which aspects of 20th century philosophy have foregrounded the impossibility of any one of us growing into our humanity without being recipients of humanity from the hands of others. And I mentioned here in passing something I've spent a bit of time trying to tease out in the book I mentioned, and that is what St. Edith Stein has to say about empathy in her famous doctoral thesis on the subject, written many years before she was even baptized. In that luminous little book, she describes some of the ways in which the very consciousness of being a self or a body is something we do not acquire or live into without the imaginative perspective of the other being involved. That's another story, but it will perhaps serve to fill out just a little what I'm trying to say here about recognizing solidarity as something which is, as I said earlier, a given about what makes us human. But to speak of it in those terms begins to make the bridge into the language of communion. Communion, koinonia, in the Greek of the New Testament, is a word which you might translate as, indeed, common identity, identity that is shared. And the koinonia, the communion of the Holy Spirit, is the identity we share as recipients of the Spirit of Jesus. But in the context in which the word is used, especially by St. Paul, it's very clear that that shared identity is one which consists in a ceaseless process, circulation of exchange, of what I call life-giving. In other words, communion expresses, crystallizes the ultimately significant level of life in solidarity, which is that I live because of my neighbor lives because of me, and that when that becomes clear, when that is seen as a fundamental characteristic of our life as human beings in community, then the work of solidarity, the labor and the conversation and the fidelity that Tishner talks about, that is the natural expression of who and what we are. We understand in St. Paul's words that if one part of the body suffers, all suffer. We understand that the grief and the fulfillment of neighbor and stranger alike is part of our business, that we cannot be ourselves in abstraction from that. And that's why, while I think that the recovery of the language of solidarity is a really overwhelmingly important agenda item for our thinking today about politics and society, I want to build that bridge into the fuller language of communion. I'm very struck that the excellent book by Anna Rowlands on Catholic social teaching is entitled Towards a Politics of Communion. Because a politics of communion is not simply a communitarian politics in the way in which that term is often used by commentators. Communitarianism can simply be to do with externals that connect us, traditions, places, indeed languages that we hold in common. Communion pushes us a bit further to underline the degree to which, the way in which we are deeply dependent on one another before we say a word or perform any act. But also the implication of this is that the work of solidarity, and the work, therefore, ultimately of communion, is to liberate each unique person to do and to say what only they can do for good of the entire community. As has sometimes been said, the most important task of diaconal service of the poor or the forgotten in the world is to help them grow into the dignity of being givers as well as receivers. And in our own ministry to and service with those who are forgotten, lost, or oppressed, we must never lose sight of the fact that we are receivers as well as givers in that process. And that, it seems to me, is what the language of communion ultimately affirms. So, to conclude, what I've attempted to outline very briefly this afternoon is some of the ways in which the response to the nightmares of the 20th century in Central Europe, both inside and outside the church, have returned to this theme of solidarity. A discovery of, in Patočka's context, a shared fragility, or as I would prefer to put it, a shared need. Each one of us needs the neighbor, not for our well-being, but for our very being. And we need the neighbor in order to perform the most basic tasks of our humanity. It is characteristic of humanity that we do work together, that we collaborate with intelligence, with language. Our work is conversation. It's typical, characteristic of human beings that we learn trust in that process, that our language itself carries with it the implication that the neighbor, and even the stranger, is at some level, in some way, ultimately trustworthy, perhaps in ways we could not have imagined or guessed. And then finally, moving to Bonhoeffer, we have the perspective of a human vocation, a human calling, which is fundamentally about our freedom to stand in for and to stand with the other for the sake of their freedom to stand in for us and for others. We are always, again, always already, that helpful German phrase, je immer, we are always already bound in with the work of making the other alive, making the other active, which is why, going back to St. John Paul II's formulation, solidarity and dignity belong together in a proper social vision. And all of this ultimately rests on our conviction about who we are made to be in creation and redemption. We are in creation and redemption brought to life by the threefold God. That is, by a God who is never simply an individual, never an isolated agent, a God who is an eternal life of giving and receiving, sharing. It should not surprise us that a universe made by such a God, a universe sustained by the active presence moment by moment of such a God, reflects that mutuality and interdependence that is the life of the Trinity. And again, I might point to some of St. Edith Stein's reflections in some of her later work about finite and eternal being. But when we've said that, we've also opened the door to understanding how it is that we can speak of the Church, the body of Christ, as a new creation. The Church, the koinonia, the communion of the Holy Spirit, does not introduce some new kind of connection between human beings. It uncovers and releases what is there from the beginning. The Word who is there from the beginning brings to life in us what we ourselves, by our selfishness and forgetfulness, have killed and buried. The awareness, the deep awareness of our debt to one another and our vocation to make one another alive in Christ. And in so doing, to set before the world around us a model of how human life together, in society generally, in relations, private relations as well, human life together is fundamentally a matter of modeling the covenanted fidelity of God, whose goal is to bring us to life with, in, and for one another. I'm very grateful indeed, as I said at the beginning, for the chance to share some of these thoughts with you. It's been a great pleasure to be, even if just virtually, with you. I'm looking forward very much to hearing further contributions this afternoon. So thank you for your patience and attention.
Archbishop Williams, thank you very much for the splendid lecture, and please stay with us because I'm sure there are some questions to you from the audience here in Angelicum. So now, please, we have a couple of minutes for the questions. Use the microphone.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I was thinking when you were talking about how we have this phrase, the grit makes the pearl, that one of the things that seems very, very important in developing a relationship of solidarity is some kind of tough experience, some kind of suffering, some kind of big problem that we have to get through together. And on the one hand, of course, you mentioned that there was this problem about elitism, this group that had kind of been through this experience of somehow gone on to higher things in Patočka and that sort of thing. But I wonder what you think about it. Is it really a crucial part of developing solidarity to have to have been through a shared experience of suffering in some way? Can we imagine it happening without that in some way?
Thank you very much. That's a key question, and I think the answer, my instinctive answer, is that it's just very hard indeed to imagine discovering what solidarity asks of us without something like that. And again, if I'm reading Patočka correctly, he's saying it takes an experience of what the absence of solidarity looks like to take us to the depths of what solidarity is, if that makes sense. And so, deeply traumatic experiences, finding that they are bound to one another more deeply, they understand one another more deeply, they can work together more effectively. It's not as if that's a technique, it's just a fact about the world we're in. A world in which, as I said, the practice of solidarity, the practice of standing with and for the other, forgetting one's own security, is not, let's just say, not winning any elections at the moment. So I think that there must be something in what you say about this rootedness of solidarity in some kind of shared experience of, yes, of loss. And that's why the phrase, the solidarity of the shaken, for all my slight questions about how Patočka sometimes uses it, that's why it's so powerful as a phrase, as a formula.
Thank you very much, Archbishop. I wanted to, I really enjoyed your comments about the way in which language is involved in work and how that's kind of a way of expressing and being in solidarity with others. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts on, I guess the way in which language seems like it's used in our mercantile culture is something that sort of always sort of already implies the a conflictual kind of relationship, like everything is a negotiation. And so I was wondering if you had any thoughts on a way to sort of re-semantize our language or something, in just terms of like living in a real kind of solidarity and building a culture of it.
Gosh, yes, and that's a huge agenda, isn't it? And I can't say I've immediately got the formula for social reconstruction overall, but you put your finger on a very important point, I think. What happens when we are living increasingly in a cultural environment where shared work of the kind that even Tishner is able to take for granted seems not to happen very much? I think there are various things we can say in response. One is something to do with education itself. I think we're not very good at the moment in devising educational philosophies and structures that assist students, young people, in working together in this way. I think it's important at every level of education to set tasks which require this kind of conversation of labor. They may not be immediately things that map onto the way work works in our society overall, but they are at the very least reminders of what it is to be involved in an activity whose goods are inescapably shared. They can't be broken down into the sum total of individual goods. Which is why also I think it's important in both in education and in society more generally to put quite a lot of energy into sustaining things like sport and music. It seems like a very sort of banal thing to come to when we've been talking in high abstractions. But experiences of playing music, experiences of involvement in sport, very often for students in school, become, when people are helped to think about them, transformative in getting across the idea that this is not about individual achievement and mastery. It's about acquiring the skills of listening and attuning to your neighbor in such a way that what emerges is not just, as I say, the sum total of my good and yours, but something which is beyond both and yet involves both. And in all this, of course, and this would be matter for another 3 or 4 conferences, in all this, you've got the increasing problem posed by artificial intelligence, which so seductively tries to persuade us that intelligence is no more than the manipulation of data. And so acquiring intelligence doesn't require imaginative or intuitive listening or fidelity, in the terms I've set it out from Tishner. It's simply a matter of making sure you know where your facts are and how to feed them into the machine. And it means that we have, as has sometimes been said recently, we have a fantastically sophisticated and successful set of techniques about data processing. More successful, more rapid, more comprehensive than we could have begun to imagine even 10 years ago. We have a near, as it seems to us, a near miraculous simultaneity of presenting the complex problem and getting the sophisticated reply back. We have the composition of verbal texts, works of art, music, by machines digesting data at this rate. And that's fine, but it has absolutely nothing to do with the kind of solidarity I've been trying to sketch and reflect on today. And I think a world in which the model of not only of working but of thinking suggested by AI, a world in which that had become canonical, would be a world in deep danger of more and more fracture, less and less communion, and, well, I don't think we have to look very far to see that that's already in hand.
My name is Martin. I have also a question to you, Archbishop Williams, because you made me curious about the link, the nexus between communion and solidarity, or maybe this meso-level concept of community and the macro-level concept of solidarity. Mm-hmm. And I'm asking myself if communion is a stepping stone or a stumbling block towards solidarity.
No, thank you. My immediate reaction is to say, well, possibly it's the other way around, that solidarity, in the way as all these writers deal with it, is more of a stepping stone towards communion, in that communion, as I've defined it, is something quite comprehensive about what we are as human beings, and ultimately to do with our destiny with one another and with God in the life of the Holy Spirit, and ultimately in the life of the Holy Trinity. So to me, it's more as if the language of solidarity outside a theological context is always, as it were, pushing towards something a bit deeper without quite knowing what that is. I discussed in my book the use of the word communion by one particular non-religious scholar who wrote a very interesting book. Jana Pawła II of the University of London wrote a book called What It Is to Be Human some years ago. And she, at one point, talking about the various ways in which we persuade ourselves not to treat other people as human, or not to recognize them as human, she talks about how persistent that is, and how at the same time we're always sort of drawn back by what she calls a sort of inarticulate yearning for communion. Interesting that she uses that very theologically colored word. And I think what she's saying there is we have a deep instinct towards a more substantive, a more deeply rooted interdependence than the language of solidarity can give us. But I think also in your question, if I heard you correctly, you said, does community, a community identity stand in the way of solidarity. And I'd go back there to Tishner, but also to others who've written about this, and who've written about the, as I said, the risks of solidarity language when it's simply about community identity. The ideals that Tishner and I think Patočka are working at are ideals that are more than just a community of people who have something in common, whether ethnic, racial, linguistic, class-based, or whatever. No, it's not that. Ultimately, we're pushing beyond that to a concept of a universal interdependence, where I am dependent for my life, strange as it may seem, on the person who may be most apparently different from me, or even hostile to me. And that's how the work and act of God is transmitted within the world. So yes, there are risks in approaching solidarity from a communal perspective that is perhaps tribal, perhaps may put it like that, tribal, tending to close in on itself. And there are questions that have to be asked always about whether we are in some way subtly shutting the door, in some way subtly reverting to that idea that we can only be ourselves when we know exactly who we're not, who the people on the other side of the wall are. So lots to think about there.
Bishop, thank you very much again, and
thank you. Thank you all.
And now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Sister Professor Helen Alford, who is the President of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences and Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences here at the Angelicum. Sister Helen Alford, in her presentation, will track key developments in the idea of solidarity in Catholic social teaching to help us see how this idea has changed and developed over the past, and to see how to rethink it both in relation to the tradition and to current developments into the future. Professor Alford, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much. You know, I was thinking when Archbishop Williams was talking that the people who organize today's program are not the same kind of people who organize those big pop concerts, you know, because always in those pop concerts you put the warm-up acts on first, and then they all build up to the big star at the end, you know. So I'm asking myself, what can I do after the star? But I have to say, I have a joke for this kind of situation, which I was given by my nephew when he was only a little boy. Now he's a grown man. But he had a whole series of jokes which started, there were 2 cows in a field, and then something would happen, you see. So in this particular version of this story, there are 2 cows in a field. One cow says to the other, moo. The other says, I was going to say that. So, sorry, I had to sort of reduce, you know, always British people, we have to have jokes because that reduces the tension, you see, because we're very tense people. So, okay. So thank you very much. I was asked to talk about Catholic social teaching and solidarity. And so I thought I would put on the first slide this image. Because when I was thinking about this presentation, I was reminded about how after the financial crisis, I was asked to help a group that wanted to set up a way of thinking about business for these big business people in London, because at the time, they were all, after the financial crisis, thinking we have to change, we have to do something different, you know, we can't carry on doing things the same way. And some of them had read Caritas in Veritate, and they thought, well, maybe Catholic social teaching has this interesting ideas for us. So this thing called Blueprint for Better Business got set up, and they asked me to help them, and so I started giving these talks. And of course I had to talk about solidarity because it's an important part of Catholic social teaching. So I started looking around on the internet for images, that I could use on the slides to go with the talks, because when you're talking to people in the business world, you don't give a talk without slides, okay? You have to have slides, okay? So I was looking for these images, and it was quite funny, so this is like 2010. You went on the internet, you looked up solidarity, and all you had were these bunch of guys with their hands in the air going like this. And then, of course, you did have Solidarność flag as well, but that was about it, It wasn't the best sort of image to use when you're talking to these big chief executives of these big businesses quoted on the London Stock Exchange. So I realized at that point that there's actually quite a problem sometimes about images to do with these important principles in the Catholic social teaching. Now, if you go online, by the way, it's a little bit different. You mostly see people holding hands and sometimes holding the world and things like this. It's a little bit different, the imagery now connected with solidarity on the internet. Anyway, I thought, well, let's do a different image. We're rethinking solidarity, so let's have a different image, and use one from the big project that the Institute is promoting. So here we have one of the images which was recently on display here in Rome from the series that were produced on the Visitation. And I think, it's actually quite suggestive as an image about solidarity. And today is the feast of Saint Catherine of Alexandria, big patroness of the Dominican order, the saint connected with wisdom. So, it's good, I think, to have images of some women and think about solidarity with that kind of image. So, so here you can see a logo from the International Human Solidarity Day, and you can see, it's not actually showing hands, but you can see these sort of idealized images of human beings grasping the world kind of thing. This is the sort of thing you generally see now. Anyway, you already heard a much more beautiful way of presenting what's written on here from Archbishop Williams. But anyway, just to go over it briefly again. So this word starts in Latin, but there isn't this concept of solidarity. There's the idea of in solidum. So there's this joint or several responsibility or liability for paying off a debt. And then this comes into the French legal system, and so you start to hear these words solidaire, and you start to get solidarité talked about. You see it in the editions of the encyclopedia. And so it's still, though, about mutual responsibility and unity of interest at that point. It's only in the 19th century, with the rise of the Industrial Revolution and the change situation for working people, that it starts to become used more widely. So it moves out of the legal sphere into a bigger sphere, political, social, and it's mostly socialist thinkers who make that first transition in France. And then, of course, as the Archbishop was mentioning, there's also Catholics who are very interested in what's happening to the life of workers, and so they pick up the term and start to give it a meaning within the Christian tradition. But that explains a bit this table. I'm going to show you some elements of this table I'm just going to talk with you about now, where I've tried to put down the main documents. There are a few others we could have put in, but I think these are most of the main ones. Going from Rerum Novarum, so of course our topic is Catholic social teaching and solidarity. And I wanted to show you a few key terms that are connected with our topic. So the first column is common good. Those of you who know Pope John Paul II's definition of solidarity will know he says firm and persevering determination to commit to the common good. So common good is a term closely connected, at least at this stage, with solidarity. So I thought, let's look at how often it's used in the documents. And you can see it's used from the beginning onwards. So every single document makes reference to common good. So it's a very widely used term, although the amount that is used goes up and down. We'll say something about that in a moment. So then the next column is solidarity, and you can see that it's not there at the beginning, although in Centesimus Annus, Pope John Paul II will say to us, but it's there in other terms in earlier documents. Anyway, this also gives me the reminder to say why I did all this analysis using English, because usually in the past I'd done this using Latin, because that would be the official language of the official teaching. But you have a little bit of a problem with this term, solidarity, because as we said, it isn't a classical term, and it actually starts getting used earlier in the modern language translations than in the Latin official text. For instance, Marte Magistra, you get it 5 times in English, but there isn't any solidaritas in the Latin version. You've just got the term they use, the conjunctio animorum. That's the term that they're using, at that time. Some people are nodding their heads, so that's good. They know about this. You only get the first use of the actual word solidaritas, which is a neologism, in Latin, in Gaudium et Spes. And even there, you've got some of the translations into English. You've got 9 uses of solidarity there, but you don't have 9 uses of solidaritas in the Latin version. So it's gradually inserting itself into the text. So that's why I did this analysis in English, because it's easier to see. You need to use a modern language to see it. We could have done another language, perhaps French would have been even better, but we're using English today, so I did it in English. So you can see solidarity isn't there at the beginning, it gradually starts coming in. Now if we look at the third column, I'll come back to solidarity a bit more in a moment, you can see the use of development. I had to do this table rather quickly, so ignore what's on development before Populorum Progressio, because I think, as you people who are English speakers know, that word development can be used in different ways. The key use that's important here is development as to do with human development, to do with the development of peoples, not development in other sense. So if you ignore those numbers before Populorum Progressio, and you can see that we have a connection, I tried to show them a slightly different color, between the increase in the use of the word solidarity and the documents that are on development. So the first one is Populorum Progressio. And then we have 2 more in the subsequent tradition which are celebrating Populorum Progressio. So one of them is by Pope John Paul II, as you will know, that's 1987. And the last one is by Benedict XVI, Caritas in Veritate. So in each case, you can see an increase in the references to solidarity compared to earlier ones. And it's connected with this discussion about development. So I think that's the first important thing to realize, that these 2 terms grow together, solidarity and development. And it's this thinking about development which also pushes the development of the idea of solidarity as well in the social teaching. You can also see in Populorum Progressio that this is the first time you get a switch in the number of uses between common good and solidarity. So we have common good being used more than this solidarity until we get to Populorum Progressio. Then you've got a last column here to do with fraternity. I won't say any more about that for the rest of the talk unless anybody wants to bring it up at the end. The reason why it's there is just to show you that when we get to Pope Francis, especially in Fratelli Tutti, you can see an inversion. So you have more references to fraternity or fraternal than you do to solidarity, which is interestingly also echoing Gaudium et Spes, because Gaudium et Spes also has more references to fraternity than to solidarity. And we perhaps could say, I mean, it is a term that's more biblical. As we saw, solidarity comes into the social teaching through the socialist movements, and through the question of the problem of workers in the 19th century. Whereas, of course, fraternity is a language we find in the Bible. So, but I won't say more about relation between fraternity and solidarity for the rest of the talk, unless someone wants to bring something up about that. Just one last table here. You can see I'm in social sciences. The top part is the chapters of Populorum Progressio, and then we have below that chapters of Sollicitude Re Socialis, and then Caritas in Veritate. So it's focusing in on those three documents that are particularly crucial for the development of the idea of solidarity. And you can see, if you look at the chapters, that in the first two, the references to solidarity are very concentrated in a particular part of the document. So in Populorum Progressio, they're concentrated in the second half of the document on the development of mankind. So it's talking about development of peoples rather than development of each one of us. Interestingly, in Sollicitude Re Socialis, they're very concentrated in the theological reading of modern problems, rather than in other parts of the document. Whereas when you get to Caritas in Veritate, you get a much more distributed reference to solidarity. I think all the chapters have some reference, but there's quite a few that have quite a number of references in them. So you can also see something interesting in that, which maybe will come out a bit more in the discussion. So I just want to go through the three documents, trying to pick up a key word. What key idea or key word could we associate with the idea of solidarity in that document? And I think when we're looking at Populorum Progressio, there's not really any question. It's solidarity as duty. That's the main idea that's being proposed there. That's also echoed, by the way, by both Pope John Paul II and Benedict XVI, when they do their rereading of Populorum Progressio in their later documents, they mention this, both of them, this emphasis on duty, the duty of solidarity. So, for instance, in number 44, this is second half of the document, Pope Paul VI talks about three duties, of which one is mutual solidarity, he says, and then he follows that up by saying, the aid that the richer nations must give to developing nations. Okay, so it's definitely emphasizing there the responsibility of the richer part of the world. But later on, in 65, you see a kind of a counterbalance to this. He'll say, an ever more effective solidarity should allow peoples to become the artisans of their destiny. So here we're seeing the sort of other side of the coin, if you like. The rich nations and rich people have a special responsibility to show solidarity, but the countries that need to grow, if a solidarity is to be effective, need to become artisans. Quite a strong word, you know, carrying forward their own identity. You could see also here a parallel with Rerum Novarum, where Pope Leo has quite an important section on the duties of the employer and the duties of the worker. And it's one paragraph, and it's about 3 or 4 lines, the duties of the worker, and then there's about 12 or 15 lines, the duties of the employer. So you can see there's also a similar kind of thing. The people who are in stronger part of an unequal relationship have more responsibility for solidarity. They have more of a duty in this sense. You also see a duty to promote solidarity. So not only to be in solidarity, but to actually promote its position in the world, carry it forward. And then I also thought, since we're going to talk about migration in the second half of the conference, interesting to pick up if there was anything that brought out migration in these documents, and especially if they were connected with solidarity. And you do actually find this in Populorum Progressio towards the end, where he says, we cannot insist too much on the duty of giving foreigners a hospitable reception. It is a duty, this is where we get the word again, it is a duty imposed by human solidarity and by Christian charity, and it is incumbent upon families and educational institutions in the host nations. You might see there a sort of echo of subsidiarity there. It doesn't actually mention governments. It mentions the families and the educational institutions. Of course, if you think about the Polish people receiving the Ukrainians during the war, that actually happened quite strongly. You can see here I used one of the other images from the visitation group. You can maybe think about why I put that one there. If you want, we can have a discussion about that at the end. So, Sollicitude Re Socialis, next stage, next big stage. Here, if you know this text well, I think you won't be surprised. I would say the key idea is solidarity as a virtue. Before it was solidarity as a duty. Now we have solidarity as a virtue. We've got 3 paragraphs where this virtue is discussed quite significantly, 38, 39, and 40, all in that section on the theological reading of modern problems. And he starts off by talking about interdependence. I was thinking about this when Archbishop Williams was talking about shared interest. You know, this is one of the dangers of solidarity, that we could just limit it to shared interest. He will say here, interdependence is good, okay, but it needs to go a little bit further. You know, it's like shared interest isn't good enough. You know? So when interdependence is sensed as a system determining relationships in the contemporary world and accepted as a moral category, the correlative response, so the first thing is the intellectual. Once we've understood interdependence in this way, then the moral reaction, the equivalent at the moral level, is or the virtue is solidarity, and there we get the famous phrase, a firm and persevering determination to commit oneself to the common good. But I just wanted to read to you the rest of that paragraph, because it's quite interesting what he does after having said that. This determination, so this firm and persevering determination, is based, he says, on the solid conviction that what is hindering full development is that desire for profit, so this economic vice, that desire for profit and that thirst for power, political vice, already mentioned, because he's already talked about what he's going to repeat again here, these attitudes and structures of sin. So he's thinking about these as structures of sin are only conquered presupposing the help of divine grace, very important incision, by a diametrically opposed attitude, a commitment to the good of one's neighbor with the readiness in the gospel sense to lose oneself for the sake of the other, instead of exploiting him, and to serve him, instead of oppressing him for one's own advantage. So you can see that it's going a lot further here into the spiritual domain, into a Christian reading of the virtue, talking about grace, talking about losing yourself for the others, than just a sort of sense of a strong moral building together a shared good in that sense, which is important, but this is going further than that. And the next two paragraphs kind of deepen what he said there. The first one, 38, with 8 references to solidarity in it, talking about it as a natural virtue, but mostly between nations, interestingly, connecting it with the international dimension, and ending with this very nice rethinking of Pius XII's Opus Justitiae Pax, so pieces of fruit of justice, by saying it's just as biblically based, he would say, Opus Solidaritatis Pax, peace as a fruit of solidarity. And then we get the last paragraph, which is important here, with 7 references to solidarity, talking about it as a virtue, a spiritual virtue, on the spiritual dimension, the antidote to these structures of sin, and then a whole discussion about communion. So that was quite interesting that that came up in the questions with regard to Archbishop Williams' talk. So then the third and the last one, and then I'll just conclude the last slide, Caritas in Veritate. So here we have a lot of discussion about solidarity across the whole document. So I would say this is showing us that he wants solidarity to be integrated into economics and politics. We've gone from a duty to a virtue which each one of us can live kind of individually in the workplace or in politics, or something, to actually integrating this solidarity into the structures, into the system. He says, for instance, without internal forms of solidarity and mutual trust, the market cannot completely fulfill its proper economic function. Solidarity is part of economics. It's not just some nice extra thing for the Christian believers or the moral people. It actually is a necessary element to build a proper economy that functions properly. And this is something which I think people who are working in the sphere of economics now are recognizing now, and it's happening a lot. If you look at the academic journals, they're thinking about this kind of thing. You know, the financial crisis initiated this rethink. The most of this slide, however, is a quote from much later, 67 in the document, because it's quite interesting here, this connection between solidarity and migration that he makes. And I wanted to bring it in because of the subsequent part of our discussion. So he says, in the face of unrelenting growth of global interdependence, again, there is a strongly felt need for a reform of the United Nations organization, and likewise of economic institutions and international finance. So it's a sort of institutional structure that we have that's encompassing the globe. And we need this for the development of all peoples in solidarity, he says. This is why we need this reform. There is urgent need, he says, following on from this, of a true world political authority, as my predecessor, John the 23rd, indicated some years ago. So he's picking up this idea from John the 23rd's social teaching. And he carries on. It's to be regulated by law, to observe consistently the principles of subsidiarity and solidarity, to seek to establish the common good. Then he carries on. Such an authority would need to be universally recognized and be vested with the effective power to ensure security for all, regard for justice and respect for rights. To have the authority to ensure compliance with its decisions from all parties. And then finally, the integral development of peoples and international cooperation require the establishment of a greater degree of international ordering, very important word, that's harping back to Pacem in Terris as well, and John the 23rd's references to need for order, for peace in the world. So a greater degree of international ordering marked by subsidiarity for the management of globalization. And the one comment I would make here about this is that we have very, very weak international system for dealing with migration. I'm sure Aldo will say more about this. You know, if you compare the International Migration Organization, which started off as an NGO and then got incorporated into the UN, it's much less able to deal with the phenomenon it's supposed to be dealing with than, say, the World Trade Organization. World Trade Organization has much more teeth, much more. It can make sure that it has the authority to ensure compliance with it. The International Migration Organization is not in that position. So we're suffering from this lack of this world authority in some form or other. I know people get scared often when they hear this, but of course it needs subsidiarity and all these kinds of safeguards that Benedict is talking about there. So just to conclude, the idea of solidarity develops. You know, we're talking today about rethinking solidarity. It's already been rethought quite a bit before. So we're just part of this ongoing rethinking of solidarity. You know, it goes from duty to virtue to integrated into the modern social structure and system. And I think in that sense, we could say it's actually mirroring ethical discourse. You know, in the mid-20th century, Kant was king, or the social contract was king, and we all had to deal with this, obligations and duties. So it's no surprise that the Holy Father is picking up this language. He's trying to speak to the world. He's using the language they use. When we get towards the end of the 20th century, we've had this big recovery of the idea of virtue. Anscombe, McIntyre, all these other big figures. And of course, John Paul was taught here and picked it up as part of his education. And then we go into the 21st century and we start to see we need to rethink the very structures of our social order, our political and economic order. You know, and in the Pontifical Academy, we're trying to contribute to that now. So the way solidarity develops reflects this change, I think. I would say a major source for rethinking or thinking about also rethinking solidarity today in relation to migration, which we're going to talk about later, would be the US Conference of Catholic Bishops. You know, there's a huge amount of resources that they have been developing. They've been dealing for such a long time with the question of migration. They have a whole migration and refugee service associated with the conference, and they have a very interesting thing on their website, if you're interested in this, called the Cabrini Pledge, which is definitely worth looking at, and a very nice video as well. My last point would be on thinking about solidarity with regard to migrants today, in the sense that many more issues to do with different religious beliefs arise now in terms of very different cultures and very different religious beliefs. And I think it's very timely that we have this discussion in the same year where we get the 60th anniversary of Nostra Aetate and Dignitatis Humanae, and we had a recent celebration of that with the Pope talking about it. And the only final thing I would like to say about this is picking up something from the previous series on Rethinking Solidarity, which the Institute organized 4 years ago now, when it was the 40th anniversary of the August agreements, in which one of the people here today gave one of the talks, Michał Palok, and he had this lovely idea about how we need to create this warm space within our identity, within our tradition. So our tradition is clear, it's present, but we create this warm space for the other inside this, as part of this welcoming these different people. I would connect that now with the fact that here in social sciences, in our Faculty of Social Sciences, we have quite a few Muslim students coming to study with us. And they come because they say, we much prefer to study in a university where religion is taken seriously rather than a state university. But they do all the courses on Catholic social teaching, you know, and they have to enter into and listen to our identity, and we are sharing it with them actively as Catholics, as a church-sponsored institution. So I think, you know, we need much more of this sort of thing going on if we're going to balance some of these questions. But I'm sure that will come up in the rest of the discussion. Thank you very much.
Sister Helen, thank you very much for this exquisite and very dynamic lecture. Now we have a short time for 2-3 questions to Sister Helen.
Sister Helen, thank you for your talk. I was thinking during your talk, you talked about how the popes have rethought solidarity quite a bit, and for me it mirrors very much the discussions currently on synodality and the concerns there of how the church constantly rethinks this and make sure this is in line with apostolic tradition. My question to you is, has this rethinking of solidarity been a challenge to give a concrete description of, especially on that on the part of the popes? Thank you.
Can you just say, I didn't quite understand the final question.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, of course. So when I said defining solidarity, it very much mirrors current trying to define what synodality is. My question to you is, has this reframing of rethinking of solidarity on the part of the popes, has that been a challenge to find a concrete description of, given that in some people's minds it has no historical precedent?
Here you have another kind of movement that's trying to use some things coming out of, in this case, Marxist thinking. Although the word liberation, we could say a bit like fraternity, is a more biblical word than solidarity, or development. Development might be the better word to connect with liberation. Development is a very technical, kind of antiseptic, modern word, you know. And so, you know, I think you can see in the history these struggles over terminology, and in the end we need the magisterium to help us sort of find our way through it, but we also need the other voices which raise issues and help us find the best way to relate to the different local circumstances that we're in, you know. So I don't know, I don't think I've answered your question properly, but anyway, this is some reflections.
Thank you very much, sister, for your presentation. Going back to the aspect of work and duty, especially when you're talking about Rerum Novarum, I wish to ask, what do we say about solidarity today, especially with the strong, I will not say advent, but infiltration of artificial intelligence? Secondly, the aspect of individualism, which comes in strongly, especially when you look at what is happening in Germany currently, where many workers are, I will not say afraid, but do not declare their religious affiliation for fear that the taxes cut from their salaries will go to the different Christian denominations or churches where they belong to. Is this not a challenge to solidarity? Thank you.
Okay, what was the first question was now? Oh, about AI, yes. Well, there's different ways you can answer that question. I mean, one question would be to say, new technological developments have always been a challenge to solidarity. I mean, we could say that we have the idea of solidarity, and that even we have this modern thing called Catholic social teaching because of technological developments. You know, the church is reacting to what's happening and trying to come up with a new language and trying to find a way to preach the gospel in this very different circumstance. You know, we have all these kinds of agricultural images in the Bible because that was the normal life that people had, and still a lot of people live in agricultural situation today. But in this circumstance, we had this whole new experience that people were living in completely different set of circumstances, and they needed to be able to find the way to live their faith in this new circumstance. So the teaching moves with that. AI is going to be another technological change that's going to do that. So in some sense, you could say, well, it's more of the same. In other ways, of course, it's different because it's dealing with language, it's dealing with aspects of our capacity that we haven't faced before. You know, in the early Industrial Revolution, steam took the place of muscles, you know, our muscles or animal muscles, you know. Okay, it made a big change, but it doesn't necessarily make as much of a change as machines that are going to be talking, that are going to be gathering information, this sort of thing. So in that sense, it's a very new challenge. I think, you know, we could have a whole session about AI, probably just say one thing about it, that if we had a business system that was really putting the common good at the center, so trying to develop products which are about promoting the common good, we would have a very different set of circumstances with regard to AI. But we have this situation where what's driving the development of this new technology isn't so much what it does for people, but it's how much profit people can make out of it. You know, and as we saw in some of the social teaching, if that gets too much of a strong control over what's going on. You know, it's not, profit isn't bad in itself. You know, businesses need to survive, but if that becomes the sole criterion for why you're developing something, it's likely to become a structure of sin, or it's gonna be hard to control it and direct it towards a good end. So I think we are a bit in this situation with AI, and so we need to sort of work harder, those of us working on how to rethink the economy and really convince people that the way you can make money in a really good way, in a way that makes you and everybody else who are working for you feel the sense of growing and developing together, is to really integrate into the way you make the money, into the system itself, those ethical considerations. And we're starting to move in that direction, but we're rather behind compared to this very big new development. It's not influencing very much the AI discourse, but we have to keep trying to do that. I can't remember what your other question was, sorry, Nesta.
The aspect of
About taxes.
Yes.
Was it, are taxes about solidarity? Is that what you were asking?
Yes, I'm talking about the element of individualism which is creeping in some societies, or like I quoted the case in Germany.
Okay. Oh yeah, Germany. Okay, so where people are paying taxes to support the church.
Normally, workers are asked the denomination where they belong to,
Yeah.
and then that taxes are cut and sent to those denominations. But now, many don't declare their religious affiliation.
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, for someone who's lived 30 years in Italy, nearly, I think the answer I would say to that is, look, the Germans should learn from the Italians, you know, because in Italy you have to pay the tax anyway. So all you do is decide where it's going to go. You know, we've got some Italians here, you know, who can say more about that. Whereas, of course, in Germany, you can get out of paying the tax if you say you don't belong. That's, I think, I'm being slightly, obviously, ironic there. Probably we should let people from Germany talk more about it. You know, when you get to very specific questions like this one, it's probably, it's hard not to say something stupid because you need to know a lot about the detailed circumstances. The only thing maybe I would add to that is that one of the interesting points of Caritas in Veritate is that Pope Benedict talks about how it would be very good to have what he calls fiscal subsidiarity with regard to where money should go for aid questions. So let the people in the local community who are paying taxes that are going to be used for aid, let them decide where it could go. It would be a really great way of trying to connect people and build solidarity between the richer countries and the poorer ones in a sensible kind of way. I don't think any country's done it, but I think it was quite an interesting proposal on the part of the Pope.
Professor Alford, thank you very much once again.
Pleasure.
And now I would like to present the third speaker of the session. Dariusz Karłowicz is a philosopher, lecturer, publicist, and book publisher, co-founder and editor-in-chief of the philosophical yearbook Theologia Polityczna, and president of the St. Nicholas Foundation, as well as the initiator and director of the St. John Paul II Institute of Culture here at the Angelicum. Professor Karłowicz will give a speech entitled Solidarity and Mercy, showing us how these two phenomena intertwine in the course of the 20th century and today. Professor Karłowicz, please take the floor.
Thank you very much. Let me give my lecture sitting here. My goal is a bit less ambitious than so big panorama we've made, but after a panorama in the movie, it's a time for a close-up. So let's make a close-up on part of which is coming from the very Polish experience about mercy and solidarity and the mutual relation. Mercy and solidarity, two ideas closely related to the experience of 20th century Poland. Are they Polish ideas? Well, not entirely. As an attribute of God, mercy is a reality that has existed from before the very creation of time. as a subject of reflection, it's already found in the Old Testament. And yet, it would be hard to deny that the message of divine mercy, as well as religious devotion to it, which constitutes one of the most widespread forms of Catholic piety, the world over since the turn of the present century, arose above all in Poland. Sister Faustyna Kowalska, a humble religious of a second choir, whose formal education consisted of 3 years in an elementary school in Świnice Warckie, is quite properly considered not only the greatest mystic of the 20th century and the person who most contributed to the establishment of a piety that has radiated all over the Christian world, but also an author whose diary, Dzienniczek, contains one of the most profound diagnoses of root causes of the tragedies of the 20th century world. Root causes which, as I see it, have not been overcome to the present day. With Solidarity, the matter is a little more straightforward. The Polish August brought for first a practice and then later an idea into the orbit of global reflection, which are not easy to reduce to any earlier political or social tradition. Of course, republicanism, the political tradition of 5th and 4th century, Athens before Christ, the civil society, the syndicalism, all cast some light on the phenomenon and of the experience of idea of solidarity, and yet they in no way exhausted. There remains something else which is not subject to any reduction. To traditional movements and social ideas, whether those be of 19th or 20th centuries, or even earlier, for there is a distinctly religious note to it, which can be seen not only in the Gdańsk shipyard strikers' inclination to engage in religious ritual, which, by the way, so horrified the leftist guest observing the development of events at the time, such as the Mass, confessions, and common prayer, but also in some deeper fundamental assumptions which make the solidarity, I'm talking about the solidarity in the big S, something both fundamentally Polish and universal at the same time. I, for one, am convinced of a profound connection between solidarity and mercy. It seems to me that these two ideas are linked together and condition each another reciprocally. I'm making no discovery here. During the canonization mass for Faustyna Kowalska, held on St. Peter's Square on April 2000, John Paul II, one of those who most deeply meditated on the question of the message of Polish solidarity, spoke of a, quote, path of mercy which reunites the bonds of each human being with God and at the same time creates amongst people new relationships of fraternal solidarity, unquote. What is important here is that fraternal bonds, which ever since Aristotle has constituted a challenge for political thought and practice. It seems to me that it is high time to speak of the anthropology of solidarity alongside its ethic, which I judge is not understandable without assumptions that arise from the theology of mercy. As I see it, it's crucial to consider mercy and solidarity in the context of the era in which they arose, so as not to tear them away from the European and specifically Polish experience to which they refer as a type of diagnosis and a signpost. The message of divine mercy appeared in the certain here and now and was directed at people living in the particular period of time. In the diary, Christ speaks to a young woman living in the Poland in the 1930s. In order to understand properly what he said, one needs to remember that the time in which Sister Faustina was recording the message of divine mercy was a period in which two totalitarianism were waxing in strength. Europe was slowly sinking into ideological insanity, which developed into the horrors of Russian and German concentration camps, with millions of victims of unmerciful terror. When I think of Sister Faustina, I visualize a slight, auburn-haired, freckled girl kneeling between two demonic powers, without their army, power of their industry, hateful propaganda, apparatus of terror, fanatic mobs and ideologies. A simple, humbled nun proclaiming a radical program for the transformation of the world. The 20th century was preceded by a great divorce. The most spectacular symbol of this, perhaps, is the jeweling scene that Thomas Mann, the German writer, described in the second volume of A Magic Mountain. Not far from the Berghof Sanatorium, which is a stage of that story, two representatives of, it would seem, eternally antagonistic traditions stood toe to toe. In the one hand, the apostle of the harsh gospel of human misery, the Jesuit Leon Nafta, and on the other, Lodovico Settembrini, a humanist proclaiming the progress that should inevitably lead to the complete supremacy of man. I say seemingly antagonistic tradition. Why? As we remember, the book which Nafta places in the hands of Hans Castorp, the protagonist of Magic Mountain, is a tract written by the man who was later to become Pope Innocent III. The name of that famous tract is De Contemptus Mundi Sive de Miseria Conditionis Humanae, on the contempt of the world and on the misery of the human condition. In the eyes of Lodovico Settembrini, this work might serve as a symbol of his adversaries' pessimistic obscurantism. If, however, Hans Castorp read with care, at the very least, the introduction to the tract, certainly one sentence would not have gone not unnoticed by him. This sentence, which puts a question mark at the sense of the conflict between waged for his soul by his two tutors. In his dedication to Bishop Prato, the author, former Pope, writes indeed that he will be concerned with the misery of a human race in order to suppress human pride, which is the wellspring of all sins. Quote, "The little space of rest which I recently came to know among so many worries during a period well known to you has not been spent in complete idleness. For in order to suppress the greatest of all sins, pride, I have described in a certain manner the vanity of a human condition." Unquote. Yet he adds something that might undermine the essential sense of the conflict between Nafta and Settembrini. Si vero paternitas vera suggerisit, dignitatem humanae naturae Christoph avente describam. But if your fatherly kindness will indulge me, with the aid of Christ, I shall also describe the dignity of human nature. To the author of the work, which so horrified Settembrini, it seemed nothing impossible, extraordinary, or even strange to augment a tract on human misery with a second argument concerning the dignity of human nature. Nor did the publisher of Latin patrology find anything strange in this. I do not know what edition of a Liber de Contemptus Mundi was set in the hands of Hans Castorp, but if it was that of Jacques Paulmin, he certainly must have seen the note that the wise editor appended to the author's declaration. Liber de dignitate naturae humanae nondum inventus. This book of the dignity of human nature has not yet been discovered. He didn't write that it wasn't written or could not have been written, but it has not yet been discovered. Nafta and Settembrini are actors standing in the opposing brinks of a fissured word, in logic which man so convincingly grasped the truth of the dignity of a human person, marked by contingency, has been torn into two competing visions of human nature and man's destiny. Misery without any perspective of dignity tumbles away into nihilism. Deprived of hope, pessimism leads only to self-annihilation. Nafta suicide is a symbol of learning, withdrawing from the battlefield of human contingency after having been proven incapable of bearing a message of hope. Amidst the horrors of the 20th century, Settembrini enters the arena basically without a rival. Unfortunately, the teaching of human dignity, when deprived of the truth of contingency and misery, and what is more, when it sets off on the path that purportedly leads to utopia, must lead to terror, extermination, and genocide. And although it's indeed mercy toward people sentenced to misery that would seem to be the motto and executive force of the radical affirmation of human dignity, the path trod by Settembrini followers turned out to be the path of non-mercy and non-solidarity. Setting mankind upon a Procrustean bed of inhuman ideals, totalitarian utopias understood terror as a passing necessity that purifies and liberates. They were wrong. Mercy is the way in which God and all forms of godlikeness reveal themselves. As Sister Faustina teaches us, mercy constitutes the epiphany of God as a love, and thus a manifestation of Him in His basic attribute. Since God is love, writes John Paul II, the great disciple of Sister Faustina, in Redemptor Hominis, quote, the revelation of love is also known as mercy. This revelation of love and mercy in the history of man has but one form and one name, Jesus Christ, unquote, unquote. It is Christ indeed who is the Lord and the form of mercy. Love in the form of mercy is a manner of relating love to that which is imperfect. This relation, I'm quoting now Dives in Misericordia, in its proper and full character is revelated as an appreciation and elevation and excavation of God from beneath all the layers of evil found in the world and in mankind, unquote. The summit of the revelation of divine mercy in the great sacrificial paradox of Christian truth turns out to be the complete emptying out, in sense of kenosis, the misery and the suffering of the cross. again the Dives in Misericordia. The cross constitutes the deepest inclination of God over man, over that which humans, especially in difficult and painful moments, call their fate, unquote. In his experience of misery and through misery, Christ becomes Lord of mercy and Lord of solidarity at the same time. It seems quite obvious to readers of the diary that a condition of the reception of divine mercy, which raises man up in his consciousness of misery and contingency, which in the reality of spiritual life becomes a willingness to undergo metanoia and do penance. I'm quoting diary. It is the recognition of my own misery that allows me at the same time to recognize the abysses of thine mercy. The Apollonian postulate of coming to know oneself signifies a capability to see, let me now quote to continue the sentence, the Dives in Misericordia, oneself and one's action in their whole true, and such seeing in true its authentic humility, unquote. The whole abysses, says Sister Faustina, of my misery is constantly before the eyes of my soul. And it is this very discovery that can lead one to the recognition of the good that is found in us. The horror that Sister Faustina so frequently experiences at the sight of the spiritual state of the world arises from the consciousness of the fact that the world doesn't not want mercy and rejects the true, not only of God, but also of its own contingency. The world is, as Father Józef Tischner often says, a wastrel of mercy. Why? Because it casts aside the truth of God and the human condition. Now, if the condition of one's capability to understand the message of divine mercy is indeed the consciousness of the contingency and misery of the world, where in the Europe of those days was the easier to recognize this than in Poland, the only country perhaps where the truth of the possibility of one ceasing to exist, of one's existence being unnecessary and contingent, is enshrined in the first verses of the national anthem. The message came to Sister Faustina after 123 long years of the Polish experiences of contingency, the partitions, the attempts of erasing Polish nationality, the Siberian exiles, the terror. It is for this reason that the words of Sister Faustina ring so clear in Poland. Let me quote that famous sentence. There is nothing so constant and enduring as suffering. Suffering is the soul's most faithful companion. That's from Diary 227. Not long thereafter, there arrived the next round of such experiences, which blessed Sister Róża Czapska called complete kenosis, Polish complete kenosis. The Russian and German terror, the mass exterminations, the concentration camps, the forced evictions, all of which were carried out on a scale hitherto unknown to history. Where did the bestial utopias of the 20th century more clearly reveal their domestic faces than in Poland? One might say that Poland matured to the truth of contingency, that is, thoroughly learned the lesson of the anthropological utopia, and so became ready to receive the wisdom of mercy and solidarity. The question of solidarity is a question of a bond capable of preserving the political community as well as making it stable and bearable. I am deeply convinced that the answer provided by a Polish August leads us in the direction of the anthropology of mercy, that solidarity in the form in which it appeared in the year 1980 in Poland can be acknowledged as a social manifestation of the theology of mercy. Solidarity is simultaneously a political theology and the social practice of mercy. Why? It is interesting that among all the possible definitions of a bond of solidarity, the only one that is considered unquestionable in Poland is the one taken from the St. Paul's letter to the Galatians, 6:2, speaking of the obligation to carry other people's burdens. This idea already appears in Father Józef Tischner's Ethics of Solidarity. We also find it in the Pope encyclical Dives in Misericordia, proclaimed in 1980. Was there any collaboration between these two authors? I don't know. What's the point here? We have already said that the confession and acknowledgement of one's own mystery is a condition of the act of mercy. Why? Perhaps the best explanation of this is found in the story of the widow's mite. Let me quote it. Everyone knows, but let me quote it again after Luke. And looking on Jesus saw the rich men cast their gifts into the treasury. And he saw also a certain poor widow casting in 2 brass mites. And he said, "Verily I say to you that this poor widow hath cast in more than they all. For all these have all their abundance cast into the offerings of God, but she of her wants hath cast in all the living that she had." The essence of this story is not, as it's so often assumed, any thesis of the superiority of percentage analysis over quota. Rather, the point is that the only form of the true human relations is constituted by a sharing of one's misery, or more exactly, sharing love above and beyond the misery, which is the inalienable constituent element of our condition. Real almsgiving, therefore, only arises from what we do not hold in surplus, something that is anyway too little for us to survive and exist on. It is a gift of our contingency. Without jettisoning the illusion of self-sufficiency, man is not capable of moving past to the boundaries of his own egoism. The story of the widow clearly shows that the real sacrifice, just like a real act of solidarity, constitutes in essence a confession of the fact that we are in need of solidarity. For this reason, as John Paul II underlines, solidarity among people is always something reciprocal. Quote from Dives in Misericordia, "The consciousness that we are commonly in each other's reciprocal debt goes hand in hand with the call to that fraternal solidarity which St. Paul expressed in his pithy exhortation, 'Bear ye one another's burden.' It's from Galatians. Solidarity is an act of unity in contingency. For this reason, one might express the paradox of solidarity rooted in the teaching of mercy in the following formula: I'll give you a hand because I myself am unable to bear my own load. And this indeed is the situation of bearing the burdens of another. A whole series of paradoxes can express it. I am helping you because I myself need help. I give because I myself have nothing. I share because I myself am lacking. I act in solidarity for I myself am in a need of solidarity. I forgive because I myself need to be forgiven. Solidarity understood in this way cannot be replaced by any social welfare system or redistribution programs. Because truly, in the fullest sense, we can only give something to another person by giving from what we lack. The cycle of solidarity and mercy was set in motion by a suffering Christ. Without him, solidarity is impossible. We was able to give because of his kenosis, because he entirely emptied himself. He redeemed because he became sin itself. He conquered death because he died. The needy God, so paradoxal to the Greek, let me quote Dives in Misericordia, he who went about doing good and healing every disease and every infirmity, seems himself in need of mercy and invokes mercy when he is taken, mocked, sentenced, flogged, crowned with thorns, nailed to the cross, and when he gives forth his spirit in horrid torment. Unquote. Christ becomes the Lord of human solidarity because there is no solidarity among self-sufficient gods. Jesus strove to liberate, it's Dives and Misericordia, to liberate love, which is not only an act of solidarity with the suffering Son of Man, but is also some sort of mercy shown by each of us to the Son of the Eternal Father, unquote. It is for this very reason that the cross is the center and revelation of merciful love. Man recognizes himself through Christ, through his suffering and divinity. Christ is Lord of mercy and Lord of solidarity because he described the extremes of misery and dignity united by love. Christ becomes Lord of mercy and solidarity because in the Paschal mystery he becomes one who is in need of mercy and justice. God, similar to us, is everything except sin. His suffering enables human solidarity. For the sake of his sorrow, passion, we experience divine mercy and become capable of recognizing both love and solidarity. Totalitarianism has passed away. Do we still need to meditate on solidarity and mercy? Why exactly at the outset of the third millennium does the Church encourage us to meditate on mercy? So that we should muse upon the darkness of the 20th century, certainly, but of course also for contemporary reason. Quote, the culture of extreme individualism, especially in the West, leads to a loss of the sense of solidarity and our responsibility to others, writes Pope Francis in Apostolic Letter Misericordia et Misera. Why is the postulate of a society of solidarity still relevant? A reflection on the contemporary state of the Western culture shows us that the fissures between misery and dignity has not yet been filled in Europe. Europe is lapped in another dream of human self-sufficiency in which there is no room for solidarity, for the solidarity of self-sufficient gods is incompatible with logic. If the first half of the 20th century showed us the utopia is not replacement for solidarity, the second half proves that it cannot be replaced but by social justice or activism either. The problem that civilization of sated and satisfied people have with the cross is parallel to the problem they have with mercy. Opposition to the God of mercy must result in the marginalization of the idea of mercy. The simple truth that suffering is my soul's most faithful companion is negated. The thesis that suffering can be treasure that purifies the soul, other thought of Father Faustina, becomes a scandal. The community of pleasure questions its own contingency, creating the mirage of self-sufficiency and pushing beyond the margins of perception the misery of others, which is perfectly seen in the principle: old folks' home for the aged, hospitals for the dying, abortion for the handicapped. Our contingency is no temporary difficulty. It is our very condition. Our dignity does not vanish along with the loss of the quality of life. In order for the just society to become the society of solidarity, what is needed is a culture of contingency, and so the readiness to acknowledge one's own insufficiency and weakness, as well as a culture of human dignity, of which we cannot be deprived neither by legislators nor circumstances. Solidarity needs mercy, and mercy needs the truth of human misery and human dignity. This is the lesson of Sister Faustyna Kowalska and the Polish August, which demands our reflection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Karłowicz, for this interesting presentation. Now we have time for 2 questions, and then we'll be break.
You made a contrast between solidarity and social justice activism. Could you explain what you see as the difference between them? Because both of them seem to be taking on someone else's problems and sufferings and making some effort to end them. So could you explain what's the difference between social justice activism and solidarity?
I didn't say about social justice activism, I say social justice and activism. Social justice is philanthropy, in fact, organized by a state. There is nothing human in that relation. You pay taxes, someone receives help. If the biggest problem of human being, and there is no doubt in the psychological level, is loneliness, social politics cannot fulfill that need. I mean, that's a problem. With activism, of course, you have different kind of activism. Definitely, the activism, which is an activism of a sated people, cannot create a relation of solidarity. The activism which is sharing from that what you have an extra.
Thank you once again very much. And now we will be ending this first session because we transgress a lot of time now. So the break be 15 minutes and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Now it's a break for coffee, tea, and some sandwiches. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be beginning the second session of the Rethinking Solidarity conference. In this session, we'll be revisiting our patron's contribution to the idea of solidarity and the historical events of the 1980s, which led to the fall of communism in Europe. Let me introduce to you our first speaker, Professor Massimilano Signifredi, who is a historian and journalist representing Roma Tre University. Professor Signifredi will take us back in history to the 1980s in his presentation entitled John Paul II and the Peaceful Revolution of Solidarity. Professor Signifredi, please take the floor.
Grazie. Buonasera, dobry wieczór. I would like to congratulate the organizer of this conference, which aims to rethink the legacy of solidarity 45 years after the historic agreements signed in the Gdańsk shipyards. In our era, marked by radical individualism and the rehabilitation of war as a tool for resolving conflicts, the lesson of solidarity is crucial. And perhaps those events between 80 and 89 have much to say to Europe and to the world, which have forgotten them too much. In his History of the Cold War, Geddes emphasized the exceptional nature of the Great Revolution of 1989, which was, I quote, the first in history to be almost bloodless, and became a triumph of hope. On the other hand, a Soviet historian, Kotkin, observed that the dissolution of the Soviet Empire was predictable only in hindsight, not so much because the Eastern Bloc crisis was lacking in the 80s, but because no one could imagine that a power like the USSR would collapse without a gigantic generalized conflict. It's difficult to summarize the topic of John Paul II and the peaceful revolution of solidarity in a few minutes. I've dedicated a 500-page book to it, but I will limit myself into 3 points. The first is what John Paul II thought of his creature. Solidarność is a great cause, he stated during the unforgettable first visit to Gdańsk during his 3rd trip to Poland in June 87. And recalling those events after the end of communism, John Paul II said that historic outburst of the Polish workers remains etched in the page of contemporary history. It was precisely thanks to the workers' solidarity that radical social and political changes took place on our continent in 1989, bringing freedom, sovereignty, and independence to Poland and the nation of Central Europe, after the long decades of totalitarian rule established by the communist system. End of quotation. In 1989, a few days before the birth of the Mazowiecki government, the first non-communist in Eastern Europe, receiving a group of compatriots, John Paul II stated that Poland must show the way to a peaceful exit from communism. In the encyclical Centesimus Annus, published on 1991, he emphasized that the fall of communist bloc had occurred almost everywhere by means of peaceful protest. So is the character of peaceful change that John Paul II stressed mostly. And he said in this key document, encyclical, an encyclical that had a paragraph, a chapter called 1989. It's something very, very strange for a papal document. Love of John Paul II for history and the reflection about history. While Marxist, these words of the Pope, held that only by exacerbating social conflicts was it possible to resolve them through violent confrontation, the protests which led to the collapse of Marxism tenaciously insisted on trying every avenue of negotiation, dialogue, and witness to the truth. John Paul II faithfully supported the cause of Solidarność, while also pushing the Church toward a singular combination of boldness and prudence. These two contradictory things can go together, boldness and prudence. And two witnesses of this process, Luxmore and Babiuk, noted, while safeguarding its ties with society, the Church had to maintain relations with the state. This meant looking in two directions, a combination of witness and diplomacy. The two elements, martyrdom and dialogue, coexisted perfectly in the personality of John Paul II, a witness to the Holocaust and the suffering of Polish Church during the Nazi occupation and the communist regime, and a survivor of the assassination attempt of 1981. Karol Wojtyła spoke of the 20th century as the century of martyrdom, introducing an awareness that was lacking in the West. On the other hand, John Paul II used the instrument of dialogue with tenacity and skill, in a full agreement with the reflection of his friend, Father Tischner, was already quoted in this conference. Tischner, who wrote in those years, "Not every conversation between one man and another is authentic dialogue. Authentic dialogue brings about a true revolution in the lives of men and societies." The same philosopher priest, preaching on the parable of the Good Samaritan in Krakow Cathedral in October 1981, observed, "Solidarity has also another side. It is not necessary to impose it on people from the outside by resorting to violence." A revolution without violence. This, for John Paul II, was, I quote, "the universal meaning of the Polish experience." The second point I would like to develop is the nature of Solidarność. I will do by recalling two moments, certainly marginal in the gigantic upheaval that is the Solidarność story, but which perfectly illustrate the ideals it embodies. The first is the aid offered by the newly formed trade union committees in Gdańsk to the earthquake victims of Irpinia, a poor region in the southern Italy. Last Sunday, 23rd November, marked the 45th anniversary of this tragic event, which caused thousands of deaths and about 300,000 displaced people in several regions of southern Italy. In those days, 45 years ago, workers in the Baltics, elated by the legal recognition of solidarity, sent food and clothes to the victim of this natural disaster. During their trip to Rome in January 1981 to meet John Paul II, the Solidarity delegation visited the earthquake-stricken areas, stopping in Avellino, whose rubble reminded Poles of the ruins of Warsaw after the uprising. We heard in the lecture by Professor Karłowicz very clear the paradox of solidarity, understood as an act of unity in time of contingency. I help because I am in need, I give because I don't have, and so on. What the workers of Solidarity have done in the beginning of the 80s is something like that. They need help, but they were the first that gave help to victims of natural disaster. It's something very typical that shows that they lived a solidarity, believed and put into practice in a very radical way. Second aspect I would like to stress is the appeal to the workers of Eastern Europe, a short motion that was approved by acclamation at the first and only Solidarność Congress held in Gdańsk in September 1981. Soviet archives preserve Brezhnev's anger at this dangerous and provocative document that aimed to, I quote, sow confusion in the socialist countries and foment all sorts of dissident groups. The appeal was addressed to all the Eastern countries, named individually, and to all the nations of the USSR. Aware of a community of destinies among the people of that part of Europe, the Poles urged Eastern workers to be wary of the lies spread in their countries about Solidarność and promised support to anyone who intended to embark on the difficult path of fighting for free trade unions. Although the appeal had no chance of reaching its recipients, its emotional impact should not be underestimated. Expressions from the books of the Polish people and of the Polish pilgrimage came to mind, in which Mickiewicz wrote that for a Pole, the homeland was found in whatever part of Europe freedom was trampled upon, and on fought for it. Mickiewicz had become the spokesperson for a national idea free from selfish and xenophobic passions, conceiving a programmatic internationalism that called for sacrifices in the name of the common cause of all nations. The appeal of the workers of Solidarność revealed the messianic face of Solidarność, its aspiration to transcend Polish reality and offer itself as a model for other subjugated nations. It seemed unrealistic to Western governments worried about the consequences of the Polish adventure and incapable of understanding the incredible mix from which Solidarność has arisen. It was impossible to interpret, for example, the mass of workers queuing in front of makeshift confessionals in occupied factories, according to the political categories of right and left. But what was Solidarność? For Karol Modzelewski, the man who coined the union's name and its first spokesperson, Solidarność was a kind of liberation front. It reached 10 million members and quickly became a hub for all forms of opposition to the regime that had emerged over the years. Within the original trade union, very different identities quickly emerged, from social Catholicism to the more traditional and nationalist, to the secular left, characterized often by hostility toward the church. It should also be remembered that Solidarność had also attracted 1 million members of the Communist Party, 1/3 of the members at that time. Solidarity was led by Wałęsa, who with charisma inspired his compatriots and embodied their indomitable desire for independence. When the trade union was dissolved and its leaders were interned, the myth of Wałęsa survived. The electrician from Gdańsk, who was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1983, also fascinated Western public opinion, waving with John Paul II for the title of the most famous Pole in the world. The face of Solidarity was Wałęsa, but there was also a mass Solidarność and a female Solidarność led by Anna Walentinowicz, and then the many women portrayed in photos participating in meetings, in factory occupation, demonstrations, famine marches, women who were not afraid to confront the militia. In addition to millions of Polish men and women, the movement was supported by leading intellectuals such as Mazowiecki, Kuron, Ciwiński, from different identities who shared the burden of difficult decision with Wałęsa, and priests such as Józef Tischner and Jerzy Popiełuszko, who accompanied, encouraged, were killed. And then there was a whole world cheering on Solidarność, with disparate groups providing him financial support and preventing the spotlight from fading on Poland, shrouded in the darkness of martial law of General Jaruzelski. It was a very delicate game because in the 80s, Poland was the epicenter of the Cold War. When conditions matured with the advent of Gorbachev in Moscow, a phase of dialogue between the communists and Solidarność began in Warsaw, viewed favorably by John Paul II and the Polish Church, which played a key role in mediation. This is the story of the Round Table Talks and the election of June 1989, in which Solidarność landslide victory paved the way for the first non-communist government in Eastern Europe. I come now to the last, third point, which I've already touched upon, compromise, which was at the heart of the peaceful evolution of 1989. After all, solidarity and nonviolent struggle led to compromise, a word that does not have a negative meaning of tactical or downward agreement, as a certain historiography claims, insinuating that the struggle of the Gdańsk workers were betrayed in the negotiation that led to the Round Table and the political agreement between the Solidarność leadership and the communist elite. I know how much this historiographic view is spread, especially in Central Eastern Europe. As early as 1981, Father Tischner has identified compromise as a fundamental element of solidarity ideals. In his view, the greatness of the Trade Union Congress lay precisely in its pluralism. To those who harbored the illusion of being able to reach the truth alone, Tischner proposed banishing the, I quote, spirit of malignant suspicion that divided people into good and bad. John Paul II, confident, thoughtfully observed that his country was cruelly divided and invited people to shake hands with your adversary, who is present here. These words date back to the most explosive moment of the Polish crisis, that is, March 1981, after the Bydgoszcz incident, and indicated the method of compromise, shaking hands with your adversary, a method that would reach its pinnacle precisely in the Round Table agreements. The Polish Revolution of 1989, though lacking its storming of the Bastille, possesses the allure of the great historical upheaval. Analysis of the end of communism, which focused exclusively on the economic, politically, military, and social aspects, and ignored the spiritual sphere, left John Paul II dissatisfied. John Paul II observed, in the crisis and rupture, in the upheaval that has taken place and is still ongoing, there is a spiritual element, an inner change. Man is made up of two elements, and an exclusively spiritual interpretation of the events in the East would be wrong, just as a purely material interpretation would be wrong. Spiritual and material must be together. John Paul II rejected the triumphalist tone of the capitalist West's victory and preferred to downplay his contribution to the fight against communism. he said, I have done anything, but the whole world indicated him as one of the most important actors. Unfortunately, after 40 years, we have seen how much in the historiography that switched, and unfortunately in the books, in children's book, in the school, but also in the university, we cannot find any words about the Polish Church, the role that the Polish Church played in Central and Eastern Europe. This is my opinion. As a believer, John Paul II saw the transition of 1989 as the work of providence and emphasized the contribution of religious faith. For him, communism had ended because of its economic inefficiency, the social injustice it had exacerbated rather than resolved, and the transformation of the promise of democracy into a totalitarian ideology. The Eastern regimes had fallen against all expectation and peaceful, partly as a result of an inner change. He loved to speak as a surprise of the history. Everything had changed without violence because people had changed. This was the universal meaning of the Polish experience, an expression of John Paul II, of which he was proud, and which, in a time of radical individualism such as ours, which has become accustomed to war and rehabilitated it as a means of resolving conflicts, we should rediscover again. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Signifredi, for this interesting presentation. And please be patient, because we will have time for questions after the second presentation. So the second speaker of the session is Arkady Rzegocki, a professor at the Jagiellonian University, Kraków, former ambassador of the Republic of Poland to the United Kingdom and to Ireland, as well as former head of the Polish Foreign Service from 2021 to 2023. Today, Professor Rzegocki will speak about John Paul II Resurrected and the idea of solidarity. Professor Rzegocki, please take the floor.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, signora e signori. First of all, thank you very much for organizing such an interesting and inspiring conference, and thank you for this kind invitation to speak at the Angelicum. As we all know, the University of St. Thomas Aquinas and St. John Paul II, a place long known for its profound work on the common good, political order, and the moral foundations of society. I'm here to speak about reason of state, or ragion di Stato, or raison d'etat, and solidarity. At first sight, it seems difficult to imagine two concepts more distant from one another than these two. In classical early modern thought, reason of state served as an instrument for building absolutist monarchies, reinforcing central authority, restricting civic freedoms, and weakening the autonomy of estates and local communities. Solidarity, especially in the Polish mind, belongs to a completely different semantic field. It means community, social bonds, mutual responsibility, and reciprocity, values which appear to be the opposite of the logic of absolute power or political domination. Yet, as I hope to demonstrate today, in the Polish political tradition, and particularly in the teaching of John Paul II, these two notions do not stand in contradiction. On the contrary, they complement each other and together offer a clear view of the common good and of the national responsibility. Let me briefly look at these ideas before I draw my conclusions. The concept of ragion di Stato was born in Renaissance Italy, of course. Although it most often associated with Niccolò Machiavelli, it is crucial to note that Machiavelli never used the term. The phrase appears later in the letters of Giovanni della Casa and was popularized by Francesco Guicciardini and Giovanni Botero, the author of the famous 1589 Della Regione di Stato. In fact, one of his books about cities was translated into Polish at the beginning of the 17th century. In European political practice, the term became associated first of all with the policies of Cardinal Richelieu, the architect of French absolutism. Under his influence, the term reason of state became a technical tool for centralization and the construction of unified, powerful monarchy, often at the expense of natural law, constitutional traditions, and civic freedom. For this reason, the term acquired strongly negative connotations in many European countries, especially after World War II. For example, in Germany, it was linked with the totalitarian abuse of the Stadträson, in France with the absolutism of Louis XIV, and in the English-speaking world, it survived mostly as the foreign expression raison d'etat. Against this background, Poland is a clear exception. In the Polish political tradition, reason of state, racja stanu, was never adopted in its absolutist form. On the contrary, it was republicanized and integrated into an understanding of the state as a community of citizens. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was fundamentally anti-absolutist in nature. A broad class of politically empowered citizens, the nobility or szlachta, received education not only at home at the universities of Krakow, Königsberg, Vilnius, or Zamość, but also at Italian universities, especially Padua, part of Veneto, Serenissima Respublica. This produced a political culture oriented toward deliberation, the rule of law, and civic freedom and religion tolerance. Thus, when the term reason of state entered Polish political discourse in the 19th century, it received a civic rather than statist meaning. It was understood not as an instrument for the domination of the state over citizens, but as a call for citizens to take responsibility for their own state, for its preservation, security, and development. During the period of partitions, when Poland ceased to exist as the state for 123 years, as it was mentioned in Dariusz Karłowicz's speech, the term reason of state meant the duty to rebuild the lost state. This explains why, in contemporary Polish political debate, the term carries strong positive connotations, unlike in France or Germany. It means the fundamental long-term interest necessary for the survival, stability, and flourishing of the political community. John Paul II, as philosopher and as a pope, was deeply rooted in the diverse and freedom-oriented Polish tradition. In his most personal book, Memory and Identity, published in 2005, based on the conversations he had in the 90s with the Polish philosophers mentioned already, Józef Tischner and Krzysztof Michalski, he refers to the so-called Jagiellonian understanding of Polishness, which he defines with great clarity. Polishness is, in its deepest sense, a multiplicity and plurality, and not narrowness or closure. This is an understanding of the nation as a community of culture, not of blood. Hence, in his historic speech at UNESCO in 1980, he stated, "The nation exists through culture and for culture, and it's culture that enables a person as a person to become more fully human." Polishness, and with it the Polish reason of state, thus acquires a universalistic, open, and republican character. During his first pilgrimage to Poland, at the Holy Mass on the Błonia Fields in Krakow in 1979, he issued a call that was both spiritual and deeply political. I beg you, accept the whole spiritual heritage which is called Poland. Do not cut yourselves off from the roots from which we have grown. This was not only the religious exhortation, it was an appeal to historical memory, something the communistic regime had attempted to erase, and to renew Poland's republican traditions. It is against this intellectual background that we should understand the phenomenon of solidarity, because solidarity was far more than a trade union movement. It represented the rebirth of the Polish political community after decades of totalitarian isolation of individuals, fear, and loss of trust, as it was mentioned before. Solidarność restored the Polish Republican paradigm, the idea that citizens co-create the state. In his 1987 homily at Gdańsk Zaspa, John Paul II said, "Solidarity means one with the other and never one against the other. Solidarity means one and the other." As a moral principle, solidarity now becomes a political principle. It enables the nation to think in terms of the common good rather than narrow local or individual or particular interests. John Paul II consistently emphasized that politics must be rooted in moral norms and natural law. In his 1991 encyclical Centesimus Annus, not only mentioned solidarity movement, but also he famously wrote, "A democracy without values easily turns into totalitarianism." In my opinion, the same applies to reason of state. Reason of state without a moral grounding becomes a tool of tyranny. Reason of state rooted in solidarity becomes a tool of the common good. The teaching of Pope John Paul II on the human person, on culture, on natural law, and on moral responsibility of citizens has given new depth to the Polish understanding of reason of state, transforming it into a category that is not only political, but also ethical. This synthesis of civic responsibility, culture, and the common good was powerfully articulated in the Pope's groundbreaking address to the Polish Parliament, Sejm, on 11 June 1999. Speaking as the first Pope in history to address the democratic Polish Parliament, he declared, "The state is a common good of all citizens. Therefore, it cannot be reduced to the role of an apparatus of power. It is the great collective work of the whole nation." Here, John Paul II unites the essence of Polish republicanism with a profound moral vision of political life. So let me now draw my conclusions. In the light of the teaching of John Paul II, the state is a community of citizens, of free citizens, and that is why Polish reason of state is not a doctrine of domination. It is a call to civic co-responsibility. Solidarity is not the opposite of reason of state, it's ethical foundation. Polish reason of state is therefore republican, civic, and moral, and solidarity is the deepest normative root. This synthesis, the republican heritage of the Commonwealth, the experience of Solidarność, and the teaching of John Paul II enable Poland to rebuild its political community after 1989. It continues to inspire citizens today as they reform institutions, strengthen the rule of law, and combat the remnants of totalitarian habits. Much has been achieved. The building of the relatively egalitarian state without oligarchic structure, the effective fight against corruption, and firm anchoring in European and transatlantic institutions. But much work still needs to be done. We need a new and strong call for solidarity among citizens and a fresh appeal to see the state as a political community. These are vital for our security, for the survival and for the future of Europe. If Poland continues to build its institutions on solidarity, republicanism and freedom, it will endure and also Europe will benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rzegocki, for your presentation. Now, as I said, we have a bit of time for questions, but please form who do you want to ask, because there we have two speakers.
Thanks for both the lectures, and I want to ask also both the speakers about the role of conscience in forming the concept of solidarity, because like in a previous speech, Josef Tischner was mentioned, and he created such a term, solidarity of conscience. And yeah, I would like to regard to that and ask what's the role of conscience in forming the solidarity. Thanks.
Thank you for your question. I think that the social movement that was born in the August 1980, it's very difficult to understand without ethical and spiritual categories. It was something like a common social conversion. I quoted this appeal to the workers of the East. Western observers that were present during the Congress, when saw the man who read this appeal, noticed it seemed like a monk in prayer, something like that. It was Andrzej Gwiazda, also the face was similar to a monk, but it was a significant expression to say that it was something that the conscience of a people raised up. And we have, I didn't mention this, but of course, without the election of John Paul II in 1978, and without the first travel of John Paul II in Poland in 1979, Solidarność never started in the Baltic in 1980. It was the conscience of the nation that was again active. A spiritual man that lived in Italy before Solidarność, was died before, Giorgio La Pira. It was the mayor of Florence, but he came from Sicily. He was very, very interested in Poland. Well, interested in the East, but he wrote in his letters, he wrote to popes. He loved to write to Pius XII, to John XXIII, and so on. He wrote, when Cardinal Wyszynski came to the conclave, it's like the wall of Jericho fell down. He was something like a spirit of prophecy. The empire of evil is touched. But we have to pay attention to these expressions, because Giorgio Lapira said that there are hidden currents in the history. History is not only events, wars, negotiations, more wars than negotiation, unfortunately, but there is also the conscience, the believing, the faiths that sometimes are hidden, but sometimes they emerged. In the August 1980, it was like an evident emergency of this faith. And also the Western observers noticed at the entrance of the Gdańsk shipyard, which was occupied, the portraits of John Paul II with flowers. Women, portraits of the Pope, and flowers. It was a spiritual message. The Pope is with us. Conscience and solidarity, which is not only between men, but is solidarity with earth and heaven.
A quick ad vocem. I'd like to say that can we talk in the term of like solidarity of conscience about the like common national hagiography, because like it was necessary for Poland to be liberated, to take this responsibility by particular person, like to change their particular consciences and to sanctify themselves. And I think it was like a perfect fulfillment of the John Paul II call, like, don't be afraid to be saints.
Yes, I agree. It was, I said, it was a social process of conversion, something like that. We have to study this. It's difficult for historians to study how the faith changed history, but sometimes it happens.
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to follow on a bit from this question, because I grew up in UK, which is completely immigrant Catholic church. Now it's all Sri Lankans and Filipinos, and when I was a child it was Italians, Polish and Irish, and I come from the Irish background. And I'm thinking about this connection between deep spirituality and a very influential social movement, the combination of the two things. Sometimes people compare Ireland and Poland, you know? But I don't think anything similar to what happened in this experience in Poland happened in Ireland. Maybe it's because of the presence of two Christian denominations, you know. So the Christians were not so united, they were split. And also I think perhaps you have more in Western Europe a kind of a break between the state structures and the church. So the church is often defending itself against the state, which is rather aggressive. Whereas in the Polish case, because the whole nation had been wiped off, the people representing the state and the church had a sort of common cause against other powers that were. I just wonder whether you could comment on some kind of historical processes like this, and maybe, I don't know if you want to make any comments about the Irish or Polish thing, but maybe a few thoughts about this kind of question. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe I will start.
The Professor Rzegocki will be very good, because he was ambassador to United Kingdom and Ireland, so and maybe...
And after that to Ireland, because it sounds that they are ambassador in two places at the same time. So no. First I was ambassador to the United Kingdom, and after that to Ireland. And it's very close to my heart, because when you look at the Seamus Heaney poetry, you can see how close Seamus Heaney was to the Polish poetry, especially of the 20th century. But when I discovered that he also was interpreter, he translated Jan Kochanowski, so the most famous and in fact the best Slavic poet from 16th century until 19th century. There was nobody who could we can compare with him. So it was something really unusual. So it's showing, that there is something very, very deep in our common tradition. You can see also, even in YouTube, amazing lecture, meeting about Zbigniew Herbert poetry made by Seamus Heaney, and his profound knowledge about not only Polish poetry of 20th century, but also about historical context. It's really astonishing. So this is part of the story, and of course it's very difficult for political scientists or for academic to talk about spiritual things. But when you look at Polish example in 1979 and the visit of John Paul II in Poland and different language, many people, you can see something which I named rebuilding of community, rebuilding of political nation, in fact. But similar process we could observe, we can see in Ukraine during the Maidan protests. Can you see there were also, political, democratic, ethical, and religion gathering of people. So it was very, very similar rebuilding of the nation. And when you remember 2020 and the not symbolic, but let's say the commemoration of two leaders of the 1863 uprising in Vilnius, there was most of flags. There were not Lithuanian, not Polish one, but the Belarus one. So it was something which was, this historical event, which brought into consideration for the Belarusian people the common history and fighting with the Russians in 19th century was probably one of the reasons why so many Belarusian protest in 2020 after the fourth election, and they also became feel as a political community, as a nation. So that's of course it's a process, but it's not only in Poland, but you can see similar processes in many other countries, especially countries where the elites were destroyed, where they or just killed. So that was quite similar to rebuild the memory, to rebuild the historical identity, and to rebuild the community where they started to think, oh, we are together and we can do something together, and we are not alone.
So thank you. Let us now head for 15 minutes break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third and last session of the Rethinking Solidarity conference organized by the St. John Paul II Institute of Culture here at Angelicum. In this part of the conference, we focus our attention on the pressing world issue of migration to ask questions about solidarity and its limitations in its context. The introductory presentation will be given by Professor Krzysztof Wielecki, who is a member of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences and a professor at Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński University in Warsaw. His areas of expertise include sociology of civilization, philosophy of man and culture, and economic sociology. Today, Professor Wielecki will try to answer the question posed in the title of the session, Is Solidarity Unconditional? Professor Wielecki, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to be in the famous room and in the wonderful society and the wonderful conference. Forgive me, please. I will read my presentation. It will be better for you and for me too, really. 1 minute, please. So I'm ready. Let us immediately note the element of mutual responsibility contained here. Solidarity would therefore be a kind of obligation, but a mutual one. If therefore solidarity were to be an absolute value, that is not conditional or instrumental, it must apply to all parties in the relationship. Thank you very much. Maybe it will be better without, without it. Again, this is the quote. It helped me make definition the fundamental terms. This is the definition of solidarity from encyclopedia. But now, from a completely different source, we find the imperative of reciprocity as a necessary factor of solidarity. But there is also a subtle suggestion that solidarity should replace Christian mutual love as a secular social bond. Therefore, it would not be a strictly Christian value given the status of autotelic value by the new commandment addressed to us directly by Jesus Christ. It was in this spirit that Emil Durkheim wrote about mechanical and organic solidarity. In Rerum Novarum, a statement by Leo XIII from 1891, which refers to Holy Scripture, we can read. And we can. The rootedness. I know that all of us know these quotes because, for example, Sister Professor Alford cited it. So, solidarity is therefore a moral category, and it has a very broad scope encompassing all important dimensions of social existence. This is because everyone is responsible for everyone else. However, in the same statement, John Paul II adds, and second quote. Oh no, it's too complicated. Many pictures. Oh. What if the yes.
What if the newcomers don't recognize the host as persons? We might ask. But immediately afterward, the Pope adds, this is the quotes from Jean Paul II. In my opinion, the value of the person and mercy, not solidarity, is autotelic. Let us also note the suggestion that the concept of solidarity would excessively replace, for some taste, mercy rooted in religion. We encountered a similar line of thought in the Stanford Encyclopedia. Oh, it's from Stanford Encyclopedia. The title of my presentation suggests a connection between the idea of solidarity and the phenomenon of migration. What is migration? And I propose, it is from Stanford Encyclopedia. Oh, this is definition of one of many definitions of migration. But one might ask, does solidarity also have a place among the values mentioned here? It seems that only if mercy is accepted as the primary value, for it transcends the imperative of reciprocity, which lies at the very heart of the idea of solidarity. But what is happening today that gives this particular ethical meaning to the migration problem? Leo XIV expressed this very clearly when he wrote. And he wrote, it doesn't work. So, please believe me that he wrote something about it. This is a question of trust. A believer cannot and does not want to question God's commandments, much less the new but primary one of mutual love with Jesus among us. However, many people of faith openly and often radically oppose opening their country's borders to strangers. Certainly, as Leo XIV wrote, excuse me, please. Really, he wrote it. Wrote, this is the eternal, albeit sinful, temptation to close oneself to change to others for a saturated and settled Christianity. We can also mention here the simple human fear, not only of violating conformity and the tendency towards stagnation, but also of the real threat that mass migration poses to people and their faith. When similar discussions take place in countries like Poland, Italy, Ireland, and many others, from which people migrated en masse and were more or less warmly welcomed, an important factor is often forgotten. These immigrants were mostly Christians or of the Jewish faith, and therefore did not pose a threat to the faith. To a large extent, they shared a similar culture to that of the host country. They generally arrived with respect for the culture, laws, and customs of their new homeland, with the intention of contributing to the prosperity of the local society, culture, and economy. As for the most recent migration, it is undeniable that this isn't a hard and fast rule today. Poles, for example, had no reservation about accepting Ukrainians. It's worth realizing that at their peak, there were over 2.5 million of them in a country of 38 million. And the medical clinic I use, probably about 10% of doctors, nurses, and pharmacists are North African immigrants. And no one minds that. On the contrary, it inspires gratitude as Poland faces a drastic shortage of healthcare workers. The threats posed by the mass arrival of migrants are often exaggerated. But from a sociological perspective, it would be naive to assume that there are no dangers associated with them. In the past, studies were conducted in Poland in newly emerging urban centers and in new districts of old cities, for example, Nowa Huta, once near Krakow, now a district of Krakow. They showed that even people well socialized in their hometowns, coming from the same region, often commit crimes or succumb to various forms of demoralization in newly developed areas. This process takes about 15 to 20 years until these new environments developed a normal social structure, including neighborhood groups, stable norms, values, and customs, as well as the effective mechanism of social control. These mechanisms prove to be far more effective than the police of courts. Here we come to the heart of the matter. The discussion taking place in Europe, and certainly in Poland, has taken on a radical tone. To accept immigrants or not. The theme of the obligation of Christian mercy towards strangers and those in need of help is rather weak in my Catholic country. People are afraid, and let's face it, they have reason to be, although their fears are probably exaggerated. However, most are not afraid of those with whom solidarity, that is mutual responsibility, is possible. If solidarity means mutual, including in the community, then also in the network of social ties. It is also quite widely believed that the order for the compulsory admission of immigrants issued by the European Union against Poland, which completely ignores the immigrants from Ukraine already present in our country, results from the irritation caused maybe by Polish traditionalism and Catholicism among the political elites of European Union and many European countries. Many Poles feel that the programmatic idea of multiculturalism ignores the acceptance of Polish cultural tradition. They often believe that for these politicians, every culture requires acceptance unless it is a traditional culture, especially Polish. Some even believe that the economic success seen in Poland in recent years has encouraged some European politicians to weaken potential future competition. Conversely, Chancellor Merkel's opening the borders, many believe, was a plan to strengthen the German economy. The naivety and sociological as well anthropological illiteracy of the German is causing a cataclysm which they now want to share with others, exploiting the European Union and their influence over its politicians. I have briefly presented the arguments for and against accepting migrants in larger numbers in Poland. I have just discussed the argument against them. Not all of them are necessarily valid. However, I believe that we cannot completely ignore what people think and how they understand what politicians want to offer them, sometimes under duress. People have a right to be afraid, even if their fears are absurd. The remedy is not to take them by force. We already know what speaks against accepting migrants. The Catholic faith of believers and the humanitarian values of non-believers speak for it. Those who share this position most often refer, as mentioned, to the concept of solidarity. I have tried to demonstrate that they misunderstand this concept. It seems to me that if this were truly the principle governing migration policy, most Poles would have no complaints. The statements cited above clearly indicate that we are committed not only to solidarity, but also to mercy. And here arise questions that are not easy to answer. For example, shouldn't mercy have limits? Prudent people know that not all newcomers have evil tendencies. So how many sacrifices do we consider to be justified by mercy? Does a person of faith have the right to limit who we accept? There's a labor shortage in Poland. Immigrants aren't the problem, but rather the solution. But those who want to work, what about the rest? Another question, is it truly merciful to uproot the cultural, religious, and social threats of millions of people? I'm referring not only to those who welcome immigrants, but also to the immigrants themselves. Their cultural integrity and cultural security are usually completely ignored. And this is perhaps one of the most fundamental problems, the cultural vacuum into which they fall. This is what the example of Nowa Huta, which I mentioned earlier, teaches us. Of course, the situation is different when it comes to refugees from war, violence, and poverty. Are we certain that these are the very people who will come to us? Isn't this sometimes about the political and economic interest of wealthiest, including states, who sometimes prefer to exploit poor countries and sow chaos there rather than cooperate with them on a partnership basis, equitably sharing to the so-called added value, contributing to the development of their economies? So let's summarize. The problem of migration is very complex. It has many causes and forms. In my opinion, a Catholic has a duty to show absolutely mercy toward those who truly need it. We have a duty to ensure that those in need can live a decent life, as far as we can, of course. The principle of solidarity should apply to others, those who dare to dream of a better life, as we read earlier, just many Poles, Italians, Irish, Scandinavians, and others did in the past, should be welcomed. This would be a merciful and beneficial gesture for the host, provided, however, that economic policies create opportunities for the absorption of ambitious and willing workers. But such policies are the responsibility of the host countries. It is not merciful to detain foreigners in camps behind barbed wire. I would be happy to learn that the European Union authorities employ economists, sociologists, and anthropologists to develop viable proposals for such policies for member states. I also believe that every society has the right to be more merciful to its citizens and prudently manage migration so as not endanger either its own or newcomers. Newcomers should choose whether they want to be strangers, guests, or fellow citizens. These are completely different situations. They require different understandings and responses. In the first case, it seems to me, hosts have the right to turn away or isolate strangers. In the second, if the reason for migration was war, terror, or natural disasters, hosts are obligated to maintain temporary solidarity until the reasons for their migration cease. If, however, the newcomers have chosen reciprocity of right and obligation, they should be accepted to the best of their ability. The same applies if the reason for migration was a desire to improve one's situation. As we can see, the migration problem is incredibly complex. It has many layers and dimensions. If we don't want to wage ideological wars and flaunt our own nobility, we need to analytically isolate the causes and forms of migration and then develop strategies for solving them. Not migration problem in general, but each problem individually. I don't really see such trends in Poland, nor do I see them in the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Wielecki, for introducing us to the main aim of the session with your presentation. I would like to now invite you to the panel discussion on the issue of solidarity in the context of the modern migrations crisis. Please take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please also welcome Father Aldo Skoda, the second participant of our panel. Father Skoda is member of the Congregation of the Missionaries of St. Charles. He is professor of pastoral theology, human mobility, and intercultural theology, and director of the Scalabrini International Migration Institute at the Pontifical Urban University, an institute specializing in interdisciplinary research and training on migration studies. Father Skoda, please join us at the table. Please also give a warm welcome to Professor Arkady Rzegocki, whom we already know from his presentation in the second session and who will be joining us for this discussion. The moderator of our discussion today is Mrs. Marta Broniewska from the St. John Paul II Institute of Culture. Ms. Broniewska, please take the floor.
Thank you, Father Binkiewicz. It is my pleasure to welcome all our distinguished panelists and the participants in the audience to the discussion. Professor Krzysztof Wielecki has offered us a conceptual map highlighting the distinction between mercy and solidarity, and the idea that solidarity, unlike mercy, is not unconditional as it involves reciprocity, as well as reminding us that migration is never a single phenomenon, but a very complex interplay of aspirations, cultures, needs, fears. I would like to therefore begin by first asking Father Aldo Skoda, as well as Professor Rzegocki, for a very brief comment. Could you share with us a brief comment to the presentation we have just heard in 2 or 3 minutes, please?
Thank you very much. Good evening. Time is running. Thank you for bringing us the complexity of migration. We heard some insights and some important issues concerning migration, especially in Europe. And what I would like to underline concerning what I heard till now is that sometimes even us in the church, we face migration as a problem, as a threat, and as an emergency. Even the public debate, and even among our sometimes religious leaders, we have this kind of narrative of migration as a problem, as a threat and emergency. And sometimes, when I even participate in even public debates, there is another part, which are, of course, good Christians and good Catholics who say, no, this is very important for us, migration, because migrations are necessary to our economies, are necessary to our countries. And somehow in Europe, but not only, we are facing the problem of migration between threat and necessity. But both of this, we heard it, it is not enough to face the migration problem. The narrative is very important. We heard in Europe people are afraid of migration because of this narrative of invasion, substitution, terrorism. But less we know migrants, more we are afraid of them. And that is in a research that the European Union did some years ago. The countries and the cities and the people who were more afraid by migrants, they're the regions of Europe that
less have to do with migrants. And that is something that makes us question how we know, how much we know migration, and how we narrate migration. And especially when we talk about politics, narrative is very a question issue.
Just a few comments. First of all, there is a lot and different kind of migration, and it was mentioned already. There is political one, there is economic one. There are also organized criminal group. Our discussion is not easy, also because we are all the time under the huge disinformation and fake news, also around the migration process. Because especially Russia is conducting such a disinformation war, and we have to remember about that because in 2022, for example, there was such a fake news that Polish border guards do not let enter to Poland migrants from other countries than Ukrainians or with different color of skin or something like that, something which is difficult to imagine even. But for 1 or 2 weeks, our diplomacy had to work hard to make this, to show that this is just fake news. I remember meeting with deputy head of mission of Irish embassy in Warsaw, and she told me because I had my mother in Poland before, when she received such information in Irish media that Poles segregate people at the border, she said, no, it's impossible because I was in Poland, I know Poles, it's impossible that they will do something like that. And that was true. So the problem is about the education, about the knowledge, as you mentioned, but also the structure and the reason why this migration has had place. I would like to add also Polish perspective, which is quite important, not only Polish but Central European perspective. Poles accept a few, something like 20,000 Chechens during the Chechen's war. Not many people knows about it. We also accepted more than 200,000 Belarus people after the 2020 protests, and there were real political refugees. But also, as it was mentioned, we received many Ukrainians. In fact, during the crisis, it was even more than 2.5 million. 2.5 million stay for some months in Poland, but there was even 7 or 8 million who go through Poland to another countries very often. But it was a huge number, and we have to say that the Polish society received these people in an amazing way. I mean, because it was first of all a lot of solidarity idea. After some time, now we know that that about 90% of Polish people were involved in helping Ukrainians during the 22 crisis, but also Polish local governments, Polish government, and many NGOs, even St. Nicholas Foundation, were very much involved in helping Ukrainians. So it was something amazing. But we have to remember that before that, Belarus, together with Russia, organized artificial attack for Polish border and organized illegal migration through all Polish-Belarus border, just because nowadays we know it was part of the hybrid war, and they were preparing the full-scale war against Ukraine, and they wanted to make Polish state weaker. They also wanted to make Polish public opinion not ready for refugees from Ukraine. So that's why it's so complicated issue with so many different kinds of migration, and each time we have to be very, very careful when we are talking about that.
Thank you very much. Professor Wielecki, would you like to briefly respond to the comments?
No, thank you.
Or later? Okay. So, thank you very much. Let us move on to the first round of our proper discussion. Nowadays, we can observe we can claim radically opposing, contradictory approaches to the issue of migration, which are both prevalent in the church today. The one side of the debate puts forward as most important the questions of safety, order, peace, etc., and the state's role in securing these for their citizens. It should be noted that representatives of this approach, including politicians, often stress their Catholic perspective and argue from a standpoint of Catholic tradition. We could remember, for example, the US Vice President, J.D. Vance, who cited the concept of ordo caritatis or ordo amoris when arguing for a state's right to enforce immigration regulations in order for the state to fulfill its duties towards citizens. This met with widespread criticism, including from Catholic media, and as well as, so it seemed, from then Cardinal Robert Prevost, who shared one of such critical publications on social media. On the other end of the debate are those who believe that any barriers or restrictions to migration are fundamentally unchristian. This side represents another interpretation of Catholic tradition, going sometimes so far as to argue that in the light of Catholic social teaching, every person should have the right to choose a place to live. The last words being also a quote from a pastoral letter addressed by the Archbishop of Łódź in Poland, Cardinal Grzegorz Ryś, to the faithful in his archdiocese, and this particular quote taken from the letter also sparked a heated debate and a reaction in the church, not only in Poland. With this background in mind, I would like to direct my first question to Professor Wielecki. In your lecture, you described fears surrounding migration as real social facts that we cannot simply dismiss. How should policymakers and Christian communities respond without simply moralizing those fears away?
I suppose that we can't understand this problem, the problem of migration, without knowledge that we have we take the place in the global processes of changing civilization, and in this process we have a third world war, not only with using arms, but in ideological front too. And this ideological front as a front make one line. One of the part is radical and second too. So we have 2 extremes. For example, one of them we can understand as the case of a small society closed for all outside. It is impossible that such of a community there exists. It is ideal types using Weberian term, and on the second side we have, for example, a Russian army who would like to emigrate to Ukraine subito, immediately. So the reality is between them. And we should understand. I regret that even scientists, including sociologists, philosophers, we take place in this game and support one of these ideal types. The understanding the phenomenon of contemporary migration help us to understand the structure of this process, the structure of many types of migration, of migrants. For example, completely different problem is what to do with migrants who want to work, who are educated, and so on. And what to do with, shortly, what to do with many types of migrants, but the way of solving these problems are different. So I try to argue that we should understand all structures of this problem, economic aspects, for example. What to do with that? But it is no one economic problem, but many problems. Do we know what are the structure of economical problems of migration? Not in public conversation, in public dialogue, and so on.
Thank you very much. Professor Rzegocki, would you like also to
Just a few suggestions. First of all, we have to remember that there's legal and illegal migration, and there's important issue. And also we should think how to help the countries when the migration is started, how to help them to build more effective institutions, more effective state, to improve economy, to improve fight with corruption. And Poland was very active in the last decades, support Eastern Partnership countries like Ukraine, like Moldova, also Western Balkans countries, how to improve their economy, how to use also our experience, because it's not easy to fight with corruption, to fight with organized criminal group, how to make a state more effective, and there's still a lot to do, as I mentioned, but we can have some model or some ideas. This is one very important issue, and it's also important for the African or Middle East countries, especially in the last decade. Polish development aid, which is organized by state, started to collaborate with Polish priests, Polish missionaries who are in some African or South American countries, and also with Polish humanitarian help, just to make this support more effective. So that's one of the idea. Yeah. So we have to remember one thing. It's to manage the migration within European countries, and the second is to also to help the countries out of Europe to make them more effective, less corrupted, less depend on the criminal groups.
Thank you very much. Father Aldo Skoda, how can the Church cooperate with the state, with states? How should this cooperation look like, and how does the Church avoid becoming a political actor or NGO?
Well, first of all, let me say that we are hearing also in this table that there is a complexity of migration, not only in ruling migration, but also understanding migration. When we talk about illegal or legal migration, cause routes of migration, of course that somehow we are enforcing a kind of modern way or framework of understanding migration, which is highly connected with the idea of the nation states and the economic frameworks. But as we know and as we are seeing, today all these two kinds of frameworks on understanding migration are totally in crisis. We are facing actually in political way the crisis of nation states, as well as we are facing a kind of economic frameworks in crisis, which means that migration is not anymore possible to be thinked within these two main frameworks. And the third thing is we are facing a lack of governance of migration as well. No one is able to, in a single way, no state, in a single way, is able to face the migration issues. Even if we build walls, gates, even if we enlarge seas or deserts, even if we bring in the borders armies or navies, everything that we are doing is a kind of lack of governance, a real lack of governance of migration. And that is the most important issue. Pope Francis called talking about migration about a kind of global indifference. Pope Leo said something interesting in the same line, but going farther. The global impotence. We are facing actually a global impotence on governing migration, and that is the most important point. What can do the church here? Of course, I'm not going to say how difficult and sometimes challenging and not easy is the role or the collaboration of the church and politics, or let us say gospel and politics. Of course, we are far away from the church as societas perfecta, and we are with the social doctrine of the church, and especially with the Second Vatican Council, more close to the image of the church as people of God in solidarity with humankind and as a cooperator of the God's will. So church has a kind of responsibility on promoting, on denouncing, but also being a prophetic new people of God. And here we have the challenges, of course. The first one is that church should denounce whatever is against human dignity, whatever is against human rights, whatever is against, for example, family reunification, countries who are actively avoiding family reunification of migrants, whatever denies the right of the people to actively participate and be contributors of social and cultural life of a country, and the church should denounce whatever is against a common good. At the same time, church has the possibility and should promote human dignity, should promote the common good, and all these terms are possible to be translated effectively in political, social, cultural, and also pastoral issues as well. And that is the third point. The church is not only denouncing, is not only promoting, but is living a kind of new humanity. And that is the most, and one of the most important challenges that we have today in the church. Because among our communities, we have to face the reality. Among our churches, we have a lack of welcoming, we have a lack of understanding the rights and the duties of migrants. And also we have a lack of governing also the pastoral and mission of the church with the migrants and refugees. Turning in a situation where not only in the society we have two kinds of citizenships, but also among the church we have two kinds of groups, ours and the others. And that is something that we have to face also. So what the church can do a lot. One of the examples are the two global compacts, the Global Compact of Migration and Global Compact on Refugees. The Holy See was not only as an observatorio permanente, but was an active actor on promoting this. Because in the issue of migration, we are facing the challenges and the quality of our humanity, the quality of our faith, and the quality of our solidarity is challenged by migration. And so the church can do much about this. And the church is doing actually much about this. And of course, this is because we are not inventing something new, but as the scholars of biblical studies says, the Bible itself started with the exile and finished with the gathering in a city of all the humankind. And in the midst, all the Bible is a narrative of people who are leaving, turning, and God himself, as von Balthasar said, migrated from his divine nature to the human nature. So church is not inventing nothing, but is at least is testimonying his mission as people of God among the other societies.
Thank you very much. St. John Paul II had a deep understanding of migration and coming from Poland, also a personal experience. I might add that the Polish diaspora still today is estimated at over 20 million people all around the world, and mostly descendants of migrants from past generations. The Pope was known for repeatedly raising the issues of migration and the rights of migrants, among others in his more than 20 messages on the occasion of the World Day of Migrants and Refugees, which was first established by Pope Pius X in 1914. John Paul II emphasized first and foremost the Christian duty to meet all migrants, legal or illegal, with respect, responsibility, and solidarity, to provide care to those in need. He taught that the Church's mission is to look at each migrant through the eyes of Christ. In the papal documents, one can, however, also clearly sense an attempt to balance the two extreme positions on migration, which were perhaps not as visible as today, for instance. And perhaps if I could ask for the slide to be shown. Could we have the quote from Pope John Paul II on the screen? Thank you so much. Not this one. Not this one, I think. I will read it. In the Apostolic Exhortation Ecclesia in Europa, the Pope states that everyone must work for the growth of a mature culture of acceptance, which, in taking into account the equal dignity of each person and need for solidarity with the less fortunate, calls for the recognition of the fundamental rights of each immigrant. Public authorities have the responsibility of controlling waves of migration with a view to the requirements of the common good. The acceptance of immigrants must always respect the norms of law and must therefore be combined with, when necessary, with a firm suppression of abuse. Isn't this balanced approach proposed here by John Paul II currently being disrupted by politicians who treat the church discourse instrumentally? This question I would like to add as a background, and I would like to ask Father Skoda again. How can this balance be realized in pastoral practice, example in missionary work, both in countries receiving immigrants and in their countries of origin? And from the church's pastoral experience, is Christian mercy unlimited, or must it be structured and prudent when applied to migration?
Well, just let me start with this. Is the mercy unlimited? Is the Christian mercy unlimited? No? Well, if may I ask, is God's mercy unlimited? I think every one of us would say yes, God's mercy is unlimited. And also the church and the Christian, as sons of God, should at least be unlimited also in the mercy, solidarity with others. Of course, that the balancing, the welcoming, and the migrants as vulnerable people, with the right of the states, of sovereignty, to manage the right of who is entering, so the migration rules, is not an easy balance today. Because we are facing some extraordinary facts as well of imbalanced disparity and injustices occurring in the world today. And trying to find a balance is, let us say, the idealistic, the ideal society. But in front of people who are fleeing from war, natural disasters, poverty, injustices, that are not rooted only in occasional or, let us say, a passage of the history of a country, but are rooted in many structural causes, and some of these causes are part of the interferences of these countries that today are not going to welcome the migrants. Pope Francis said it sometimes. Many countries who are producing migrants are in the conditions, structural conditions of poverty, injustice, and deprivation of many human rights, because other countries, some of them are also those who are not willing to welcome them, are producing migration. And that is a kind of lack of governance. So yes, it is very important to balance the common good and the welcoming. But let me quote again St. John Paul II, who says something that I think is very more important, that, not because the quotation is not important, but of course, there is something much more important, in my opinion, for the Catholic social teaching and the church as well. In the Redemptor Hominis, John Paul II said something that the church is saying from the beginning of its history till now. Mankind, the human being, is the primary route that the church must follow in fulfilling her mission. The mankind, human person, is the primary and fundamental way for the church, the way traced out by Christ himself. So every kind of control, border control, sovereignty, and in national or international law should be focused, or however just, starting from the human dignity of everyone, especially from those who are vulnerable and in a very part of their lives are in need, because migration sometimes, and that is very important, migration most of the time is not a free choice. Is not a free choice. And that is something that questions very much our social teaching and action and pastoral action as well. And what we can do in pastoral action, just to close it, of course, church should be the first place, the first house of the welcoming and dialogue and integration. And the 4 verbs that Pope Francis gives, not only to the church, but also to the social and political community, which are welcoming, promoting, protecting, and integrating are still present today as a kind of not only idealistic way of facing migration, but as a practical and analytical way of facing migration.
Thank you. And now to Professor Wielecki. In your understanding, what is reciprocity? How does it work in practice? And could you give some examples? Do solidarity and reciprocity require face-to-face encounter, or can they take place over a distance, for example?
Yes, thank you for this question. It's of course not very simple. I believe that Christians are obligated to be mercy by Jesus Christ. That's it. But why to do that in the concrete situations, in the situations of contemporary global civilizational crisis, in the concrete situation in our private life, individual life? This is the question. In these situations, we have many contradictory values, needs, interests, and so on and so on. How do that? How to be mercy in this situation? For example, I try to be a scientist who interested in the area between philosophy, sociology, psychology, and economy. And the very important question is for me, what we should do to create possibility, economical possibility to receive migrants. And our duty, politicians and scientists, is to try answer of this question. For example, I mean that there are two classical extreme ideal types of socio-economical strategies. Strategy of developing or stagnation. Stagnation is don't create circumstances for our own citizens, even not for migrants. And developing strategy needs people, needs different talented people, need movement, need be open. But how create new, in the circumstances of contemporary crisis, new economic of development? We have some ideas. For example, very important case of Scandinavian countries, especially Finland. There is a very interesting book by, I don't remember Finland sociologist, but the title is Finland Case. And this book tried to answer how it was possible to run for Finland from a very deep, very serious economical crisis. There are very interesting theory, new structural economy. This is it's called new. The author is Justin Ifonlin. And Justin Ifonlin tried to answer how to run ahead if we are in very, very serious and difficult situation, how to run ahead. So there are some ideas how to organize the economical life for developing of society, not only economy, but of society, how to open the economy, how to open the society. And in this society, I suppose, there are place for migrants. But in the closed, not only economic, in the economical aspects, closed society, not.
Professor Rzegocki, a second question. I would like to ask, in the policies of wealthy countries towards migration, are there perhaps traces of a post-colonial approach still present? And paradoxically, is this true for both supporters and the opponents of open borders? Is it not the case that supporting migration is an unwitting or a continuation of colonialism, and which involves developed countries draining talent from the poorer countries?
Thank you. Thank you for this question, although I hope that or the audience will discuss soon. But I would like to say that yeah, for many countries, this post-colonial issue is really important. I noticed that both Poland and Ireland started to think about their bigger presence in Africa, for example, because we have no colonial past. So that's why it's easier for our countries to talk with some states in Africa, for example, and to find some common solutions. And for sure, we should be more present in these countries. We should collaborate as a partners with these countries. And we still have to remember that there is something like weaponization of migration in many issues. So we can't be naive. And we remember 2015, it was quite unusual situation when now I am not diplomat anymore, so I can say that Germany broke the European Union rules and also broke the Schengen Group rules, which was a big surprise, especially for Central European countries, because we remember that for our citizens, the rules were very strict for many years. And in 2015, Germany decided not to make any control on the border and welcome everybody without any conditions, which was quite strange. So I think that we can agree that there are some rules. We can agree that we are open for migration, but the state has the right to control this migration, and that's why we have some procedure also to help people in needs. And just to say about Polish example, because Poland is quite unusual, because we have a huge multi-religion and multinational heritage. On the other hand, in 1945, we became one of the most homogeneous countries because of Hitler and Stalin and moving of our borders. But even though, still there is huge openness which we notice toward different culture, different people, and still we have some part of Poland where, for example, Protestants are majority, or Orthodox are majority, or Muslim. We are very proud that in Poland and in Lithuania we have the oldest Muslim community in Europe, and Muslim community which integrate very well in Polish society. We are very proud of them. So it's showing that this multi-religion, multinational tradition works, and even after a huge amount of Ukrainians, we notice that the Poles has no problem with, for example, with Ukrainian language at every ATM machine or a cash machine, or even in the cinemas there were some films in Ukrainian subtitles, even in some advertisement commercials we had in Ukrainian language or with Ukrainian subtitles, which is not very common in Central Eastern Europe, that the language is, that the Poles appeared so open. In 2004, more than 2.5 Poles emigrated. Nowadays, many of them came back from migration, but even though we accept every year about 300,000 or even 400,000 legal migration migrants, so it's showing, that our society is more open than many people expected before. And last thing. Of course we can do more. We can think how we can cooperate, especially with NGOs, which are very effective in helping people, we integrate people, we support people in Africa or in Middle East or in other countries. But we should be more open. I'm just talking about universities, which can help for example, to give a space for the NGOs, or even for churches. And in Poland, we have a lot of empty buildings belongs to the churches, and not many societies, NGOs are thinking about, what about asking somebody from the church to give the place, to give the space for the activity. So for sure we can do more, and everybody can think what my institution, what my company, what my university can do for these people who are really involved in helping migrants and helping people in needs.
Thank you. I believe we probably have run out of time, but perhaps we will have still a time for a question or two from the audience, or is there any? No. Okay, so.
Dear our guest, thank you very much for this very fruitful discussion. We have reached the end of the Rethinking Solidarity conference. I'm very grateful to all of our speakers today and to our audience here in Aula 11, and those joining us via internet connections. Thank you very much. Our conference will be available at the Angelicum YouTube channel, and the lectures will also soon be published in the next volume of our Thinking with John Paul II series. We cordially invite you to join us at the next public lecture within the GP2 lecture series on December 4th at 4:30 p.m. Our guest speakers this time will be Professor Andrzej Czerski from the Jagiellonian University with a lecture entitled Inspiration of John Paul II, Religious Art of Young Poland. Thank you all again for today, and we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.